Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Monday, November the 15th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. That means you can hear me and you can see my screen. All right, let's get at it. So, yeah, the Oatly, O-T-L-Y, this could be the one today that I want to kind of concentrate on in terms of a short. All-time low, earnings play, not good, obviously, at least that's the reaction right now. Not good at all. Earnings play before the market opened, below $10 and an all-time low. So this could be one of those that we watch all day long and just kind of sinks all day long. Drug, great name. Now this is a Canadian company. I guess they got a listing on NASDAQ. They still trade on the TSX, Toronto. I guess they got their listing on NASDAQ back here. Faded ever since that day, but a little pop up. I don't see any specific news on it today, but it's definitely a pop up right now for Drug, great name, Bright Minds Biosciences. Crex, what are you doing? Crex is a merger deal. Crex is a merger deal. He's still up. Yeah, still up a little bit. Oh, it's a small one. I shouldn't say it's up a lot, but it's a merger deal. I should go over the trade of the week. The trade of the week is ASO. Considered live at 47.67. So in theory, it's live now, but this is pre-market. Okay, so considered live at 47.67. B-Fly is I think this is an earnings play. B-Fly is an earnings play. When I first saw it, I was calling this a gap up. It had gapped up, but now it is gapped down. So this is an earnings play, gap down. And another one, which is an all-time low. So this is another one to keep an eye on, along with the OTLY. It's something that may just, keep moving down all day. EYPT is up on positive data. Is it still up? Well, it's pulled back quite a bit actually. Yeah, I got up to 22.67 or so, pulled all the way down to 17. So it is sort of definitely in fade mode right now, and it is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Cannabis plays, guys. I'm looking at Kern. This might be finally the week. Here's Kern, is a cannabis play, K-E-R-N. Take a look at Tilray, T-L-R-Y. Tilray is up. CGC, I can go over there. I'm sure many of them are up. CGC. Take a look at MSOS, one of the ETFs. And we may be ready to declare maybe the bottom is in, for the cannabis sector. Maybe the bottom is in. We had a good week last week. We still got a lot to get through, but maybe the bottom is in finally. Yeah, some downgrades, as Rio pointed out. BTAI downgraded by Goldman Sachs. BTAI. I think they had a $50 price. I don't know if they had one, but there was a $50 price target on it, and now it's been dropped to 24. BTAI. I don't see any other specific news on it. But Goldman has really thumped this one. And it's a fairly low float, 19 million in the float. TLS is a gap down. TLS is a gap down. It's an earnings play actually, so it's an E-gap down as I call them. So this is another one, almost an all-time low. TLS. So there are three right now, TLS, OTLY, and Butterfly, BFLY. These are stocks that are basically all-time lows, sinking on an earnings report. I did mention Kern, yes. GGPI, this is a SPAC. One of the Gores. GGPI is a SPAC, and it's actually holding. I don't see any specific. I guess they're I guess they are merging, I guess, with Polestar, Swedish EV maker Polestar. I guess that's their deal. You know, when that merger finally happens. Crypto, some of the crypto plays. Look at Riot, man. What a run since that 40-38 mark. Had some news. Had news. I guess it was on this day here. I'm sorry, what day was it? Right here they had some. This is the news that they had, and then boy, it's what a run it's been on. So crypto, of course, has been hot along with cannabis. So there's Riot. AI, is it hit 50 yet? And the answer is not quite. It did touch it. 50. This is up. I don't see any specific news for it, but AI is up. Vuzi, V-U-Z-I, one of the metaverse stocks. The way I should explain that a little more. So these are some of the stocks. Some stocks that, in theory, you know, if this metaverse takes off, will benefit. Vuzi is one of them. V-U-Z-I. At least that's what that's what people are saying. So V-U-Z-I. You can see it had a great month. It's having a great month. N-U-Z-E, yeah, N-U-Z-E, big gap down. This is a big flyer on Friday. Though it sold off pretty heavily, 768. Got, sold off a couple of dollars. There's no news on it, it's just, it's just selling off. NNVC, virus play, NNVC, is it still up? Yeah, not bad. They are actually having earnings after hours today, but completes oral gummies and lung inhalation formulations for COVID, etc. And this is a low float, 10.9 million in the float. PHG on a ventilator recall action. PHG. So this has been hammered on that one. PHG down 11%. I heard Sava. When I say I heard it, I got a text-to-speech on my gap down. So let's see. Yeah, gap down, a little gap up. I don't see any news on it. I don't see, and you must be looking at something else. I don't see a headline in IB or ours for Sava yet. Anyway, AVPT. This was gapping down. This will have earnings after hours. Also November, after hours. I'm sorry, it's an earnings play now. I'm sorry. I think I read that post-market. So this is an earnings play right now. AVPT, another one that's almost an all-time low. DCRC, I'm hearing. Okay, so this is another SPAC. Yeah, the only news I say, all the lawyers wanting to file class actions against them. All right, it's 9:14. Let me do a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Hey, and they showed up at the right time. Wow, we got a lot. Woo! The analysts worked overtime this weekend. We have a lot of upgrades and downgrades. All right, let me get them in. OTLY guys on the way down. As far as the strength alerts are concerned, if you're a subscriber to Trade Ideas, just go to your channel bar and take a look at the strength alerts. They should be there. If you're just a subscriber to the strength alerts, I think they're supposed to go out Sunday night. Certainly you should have them by now though. And if you're looking for that email, again, if you're just a subscriber to the strength alerts, you're not a subscriber to the program, maybe check your spam. All right, there are some of the upgrades. OTLY on the way down. And look at the downgrades now. Wow, OTY just getting slammed here. Yeah, I see the Goldman downgrade for TGTX. TGTX also. Holy smokes, is that ever getting hit? OTLY. Shop, sorry guys, I'm just continuing on with the upgrades and downgrades. I'm on the downgrades portion now. All right, there's some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Yeah, so if I go to, so again, Ignacio, are you a subscriber to Trade Ideas or just to the strength alerts? I'm just going to check here. I don't know. I rarely look at them, so I don't know what if they're the new ones. Here's the latest update. So yeah, these are the new ones. So if you're a subscriber, just go to the strength alerts channel. And I think these are the new ones this week. So, okay. Speaking of which, are they the same as the Friday ones? I thought well, let me just do a check here. I thought GE. I thought GE was last week. Or GM, I'm sorry. I thought GM was last week as one of the 5. Yeah, I don't want to say you're wrong, but I'm pretty sure I do remember General Motors because I remember Michael talking about it and how, let me just put GM in here. I'm pretty sure GM was one of the ones last week. Because they were doing a spin-off or something. No, it was GE. It was GE. Are they over $100? Yeah, I remember GE last week. He talked about it. So This is GE's not here, so I'm pretty sure these are the brand new ones, okay? Now, speaking of the dock channel bar, let's take a look at the sectors, see what's happening. We're in for a pretty big positive open. Of course, you know, the talk that the infrastructure bill will be signed today. Have to wait and see on that. So let's take a look at the major sectors. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So when we look at XLK as an example, the technology sector, or ETF for this technology sector, that is the big one. These are the stocks that make it up. So as we speak, 85% of them are up from Friday's close. That's what that percentage refers to. We look at energy, it's 50-50. Financial, 67%, etc. So you can see right now, I mean, the only, if you want to call it the only weak sector right now is, you could call it the energy plays. They're only 50-50. But of course, an hour into the market, this could all change. Well, that gives you maybe a bit of a glimpse of what might happen today. My guess is that Riot is starting to drop. I'm just looking at BITO. Find these very not horribly. Mara, let's take a look at Mara. The reason I'm saying this, I have just looking at BITO, the Bitcoin ITF, and I'm seeing that it's starting to fade somewhat. Let's take a look at the cannabis ETFs. Okay, so we've got 3 of them. What I'm doing right now is I'm checking for volume. So MJ, 115,000 shares. Okay, then we have MSOS. MSOS, I think this might be a little more active. Yeah, a little more active, 149,000 shares. And then I love this one. I mean, I don't think it has very many shares, but the you only live once. YOLO is another cannabis ETF. Not very many shares trading though. Okay, but I thought it was pretty amusing the way they've named this. Meanwhile, TLS as an earnings play, just, okay, now it is an all-time low. TLS is an all-time low. So we've got 3 of them at least. We have OTLY, TLS, all earnings plays, and BFLY. 3 earnings plays making all-time lows. And you know, we've been, I have, anyway, been really focusing on those. As continuation, gap downs, you know, there's no support obviously when a stock is an all-time low. What do I think about those? MVST. All right, so on first glance, so it's an earnings play after hours, so, you know, I don't really have that much to talk about. I mean, if it takes out 10, I guess, but not much action, 51,000 shares, up 21 cents, but it's an earnings play after hours. So I don't gamble on whether or not I think it's going to be good or bad. EV play, of course. So you're talking about 3 EV plays. Well, at least laser is. Yeah, so I mean, laser on Friday. Sorry, on Friday, this was the high here. So I mean, it's almost at the high. It's just a little bit above the high. So there's the 200-day. Again, you know, do you think if EV plays catch fire again today? You know, as I'm speaking, it's just popping a little bit. But, you know, asking me what I think about them, I mean, it's just, you know, this is just an EV play. I think it has to go along with the rest of the sector. I don't think anything specifically about this company. I don't see any specific news today about it. And then the SPI. So I guess this is a solar play. Again, I don't think anything. I mean, it's a China play. Nothing really to talk about. I mean, you know, they're up a little bit, but nothing really to talk about. So when you ask me what do I think about them, remember, I'm more of an intraday trader. So if you're asking me long term, I have zero idea, you know, whether or not something like this is going to absolutely break out. I know some of you are watching the Riven, R-I-V-N. Now, to me, it's been a very erratic trader, but anyway, here it is. It's popping. Depends on, you know, if you take this one, where are you putting your stops? You know, if you're taking this one for a longer term, then, you know, you have a much wider stop, taking fewer shares. These are 3 earnings plays making all-time lows. Okay, so we have Butterfly, BFLY, BFLY. Okay, there it is. We have OTLY, OTLY, another earnings play, all-time low. And the other one was TLS, TLS. I'm not saying these are the only ones making all-time lows, but these are the ones that have caught my eye because they're, you know, they're moving and they're earnings plays. Okay, give me one moment, please. I saw that EVGO actually had a downgrade today. Not sure who did it, but EVGO had a downgrade. I see it's popping. So maybe, I don't know, maybe there's EV plays. Again, you know, guys, they're all sector related. Unless you see specific news. So Credit Suisse, Credit Suisse warns on valuation. So that was the, I guess you can call it, that's one of the reasons why it was thumped a little bit this morning. Thank you, William. 1 minute to the open. Thank you. All right, everybody. Let's have a great start to this trading week. I don't think we're going to have as well. I know we won't. We won't have as many earnings plays to take a look at. Matter, guys, Matterhorn or Matterport. This is another one of the, we'll call them one of the meta potential stocks. Okay, MTTR. You know, when you read about the so-called metaverse, this is one of the ones that is kind of lumped in there with VUZI, VUZI. Oh, okay. Becca, you're the one. All right. Thank you, Becca and William. And we're going to open in less than a second. Here we are. We're opening up. And typically I do not trade in the first 15 minutes, kind of let things settle down a little bit. Give me one moment, please. Here we go. Otley, guys, OTLY. Well, probably you guys know what I did, all right? This has been kind of my theme now over the last couple of weeks. These ones that are gapping down on earnings and making all-time lows, I will take them early. I don't typically trade in the first 15, but I've definitely made a rule adjustment, shall we say, a personal rule adjustment for these ones. The one I'm kind of keeping an eye on also as a potential long. I almost took this as a swing, but I didn't like the way it ended on Friday. But XPOF, it's almost an all-time high. Of course, this up here is the all-time high. I don't think this might have been at, well, maybe 25 is an all-time high. I'll put an alert up here at 25 for XPOF. Had earnings last week. And wow, on the BT, I did not take this short, BTAI, but just getting absolutely slammed on the Goldman downgrade. They put a price target of $24 on it. Somebody asked me last week about upgrades and downgrades, and do I pay attention? Yeah, if it's a Goldman downgrade, I will pay attention to it. Now, I was wanting to get into the Otley before the market opened. Why would I want to get into OTLY before the market opened? Well, those of you who know about the uptick rule. I wanted to make sure that I got the short. Didn't want to get hampered by that uptick rule. Stock is down 10%. Sometimes it's hard to get a fill where you want. There's no bearing on how many shorts are available at your broker. It's just sometimes it's difficult to get. VUZI on the run, guys. VUZI. Okay, come on now. I can't blame slowness there. If you type in the wrong symbol, it'll never show. Here we go. Meanwhile, Kern continues to move higher. Now this is the pre-market high, okay, 424. So it had the big pullback, and now it's starting to pop again. CFMS. Let's take a look at CFMS from Zach. A little chatter about what a cheap one. You know what? It's a cheap one, And that's a massive float, 179 million for a $1 stock, plus the 200-day moving average is sitting right above it. So, I mean, it might move, but it might take a bit more. I mean, it's traded, yeah, it's 30 times normal volume right now. It's a little skewed at the beginning of the day, okay? Now look at, we've Kern on the move, Kern. Horizon, I think Horizon, or yeah, Horizon is on the move here. Look at Horizon. Wow. HRZN. No action in the pre-market. Zero action in the pre-market. Okay, let's take a look at the cannabis sector. Let's take a look at MJ. I just want to see if MJ is holding. A little bit of a drift down. Well, here are the three. Here's the two of them, guys. I'm not in the TLS. I'm not in the TLS short. I wish I were, but I'm not in the TL. Wow, that's what a short. I mean, again, one of those ones you take it just. There's XPOF, guys. You know, just keep an eye on it. I don't think the volume is not great or anything, but it's one of those sneaky ones, maybe. XPOF. Oh man, the TLS. I chose the OTLY, but this is obviously, a percentage basis, probably obviously a better play on the short TLS. And what is this one? MQ. MQ. Okay, so MQ, the low last Friday and Thursday looked like around 2360, so got to take that out. But even if it does, 2236, it doesn't have a ton of room, I don't think. When you look left, even if it takes out the lows on Thursday and Friday, you might get stalled here, which isn't that far away if you're looking at a short. Yalla, yalla, yalla. YALA. Yes, on the move. Look at the volume that's coming in. Fairly low float, 35 million in the float. No specific. Okay, chat operator. All right, here we go. So the meta stocks are coming out now, guys. So I don't know if this happened last week also, but discloses new metaverse app. Chat operator Yalla discloses new metaverse app. Okay, so here's your little news about Yalla, YALA. Here's the other one, guys, BFLY. Shoot, not in that one either. That's okay. I've traded the OTLY. I'm just kind of holding on to a bit to see if it really collapses. It looks like maybe the BFLY and the TLS were the two better ones, but it's okay. PNBK must be under 20,000 shares or something because I don't. That's not showing up. No, my house resumes. Yeah, that's the reason. Low float though, 2.3 million in the float. So there is some news before the market opened. So that's the PNBK and American Challenger Development Corp agree to merge. Okay, so there is that news. So much for drug. What a great name. But drug, as high as almost $12 pre-market. This was not shortable for me ever. I didn't see any news on it. This is when they started trading on NASDAQ. Basically a co-listing. They're still trading on Toronto. Ooh, look at VUSI now. I mean, this is why I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Some of these high flyers, I mean, look what they can do. I mean, look at VUSI, got up to 16, all the way down to 14.50. You don't know what the metaverse is? You better look up Facebook, man. Legal. This is going to be the new name for Facebook. Okay, and as always, lots and lots of activity first 15 minutes. Well, here's this may be the more followed ETF now for the cannabis sector, MSOS. I think it has the most volume. And it's been on a great 3-day run now, MSOS. Yeah, well, just, I'm not going to go into any great detail. Just look it up, legal. I mean, you'll see all the information. You'll see some of the stocks that are, in theory, what people are saying, okay, these are the stocks that could take advantage of the metaverse. VUZI is one of them. MTTR is another one that's been thrown around. RBLX, there's it, and here's the MTTR. RBLX is another one. Okay, it's just a matter of looking it up. But MTTR, having a nice day so far. I forgot to mention BTB. I think I had it on my list, or I got it in my watch list. Anyway, BTB, that was really flying in the pre-market. But it is really, look at this. I mean, I got up to $4. I mean, these are massive, massive percentage moves. Here's the CREX, guys. Now, the CREX, so this is a merger deal. CREX is moving higher. It's a merger deal. They're merging, I can't remember the name of the company, but it doesn't really matter, but they will still be called CREX. They'll be still trading under the symbol CREX. They have earnings after hours also. I've been so reluctant to really get any excitement about the cannabis sector, but you know what? I mean, maybe now, maybe finally now, we might get on this, year run. No, we're almost at the end of the year, but you know what I mean. Okay, so again, newer, when you ask me about my view, remember, I'm a short-term trader, okay? So most of the time when people ask me questions like that, it's because they're, I mean, it's not doing anything. It has earnings after hours today. If you're asking me what I think it's going to be, I have zero idea. I do not play earnings plays. When I say that, I don't read about the company and think, yeah, I think earnings are going to be blowout. Therefore, I'll take the trade, ahead of earnings. I never do that. But I mean, look, it's been in a steady decline for several months now. All right, Perry. It's a nice move actually for Perry. I want to see if there's any news on it. I don't see any specific news on it. They're going to be presenting at the Roth 10th annual conference, but other than that, okay, we have a halt. SSNT is halted on the way up. I haven't seen this one for a while. Look what it's doing also. It's going right into that 200-day moving average, SSNT. And so there was news in the pre-market. They're acquiring Acumatica. So there was some news in the pre-market. Didn't really affect it much. I mean, look at this. I don't think it was halted in the pre-market. But it's a very low float. Look at that float, 1.8 million in the float. All right, we have our first alert from my option scanner, EYPT. EYPT has some news. I think it had news, yeah. Positive data, okay, had some positive data, I guess. So, shoot, it might be too late. 1935 was the, wow, talk about a blast off from my options scanner. 1935, 2074 right now. Wow, look at this move. This is what I'm talking about, guys. 947, 1935. Probably couldn't have got it right at 1935, but if I hadn't been talking so much, I'm sure it could have got it, in 1950 or so. Okay, one moment, please. Yeah, for a phase one, I mean, it kind of held, and this is shortable for me in interactive brokers, but wow, what a pop. Look at the volume that came in, relatively low float, 21 million in the float. Relative volume is huge. I mean, look at this, guys. I mean, just have to look at the daily chart. Look at that volume bar right there. Compare it to all the previous ones. Even when it was doing this, moving higher. Now, granted, this is sort of exponential looking, so, it wasn't bad volume here, but I mean, this is just extreme volume here, EYPT. Now, does that mean hop into the trade now? No, we just have to talk about it. Maybe it pulls back a little, but I mean, and a fantastic alert from my option scanner. And again, just a word about the option scanner. I'm not trading options. This is just looking for stocks that are having abnormal option activity. And you can see right here, the option volume today is 10 times. Ten times normal. Normal meaning the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. So it's a comparison. So the option volume is just exploding today. It's not a lot of, it's only 3,500 contracts, but you can see, obviously it does not, trade that many options. Yeah, it could do something crazy. The only thing is, it's an acquisition. Doesn't mean that it won't. And this has been a longer halt, right? No, maybe not. 946, 950, 139. All right, if this is going to be a 5-minute halt, it will open in 10 seconds. So let's keep it on here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nope. All right, so this is going to be longer than a 5-minute halt for SSNT. The projected open, so look at this, 765, 761, but this will change. I'm sure people who may have got in this earlier before the halt are saying, why does this have to be longer than a 5-minute halt? Because now this can really start to change a lot. This is from Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, so from my watch list now, let's take a look at what's happening. So there's the laser. Somebody was asking about laser earlier, LAZR. The next high looking left is 2049. So, I mean, this is actually not bad. 2014 was the alert, 2045 now. If you're in this one, the only thing to be completely aware of course, is there's that 200-day moving average, 2122 is right above it. So, but it does have a little bit of room to move until it hits that. Now, will it stall there? We don't know. Oh man, I wish there had been some shorts available for drug. I mean, it's just getting like why did it do this? And then look at this. This is drug all the way up to about $12 in the pre-market. Just no shorts available to me or for me, Interactive Brokers. Ah, now there's some shorts available. Too late. 10,000 shorts available now. All right, let's take a look at the market, overall market. So the Dow is up a little, NAS is up a little, SPY is up a little. So as we speak, there is no disconnect. Disconnect meaning that sometimes we'll see that the Dow is up, NAS is down, or vice versa. But so far, there is no disconnect. Ooh, don't think I really saw this in the pre-market. NCTY, big move here, 13%. Nice move there. Had a great day on Friday. Continuation. All right, so crypto play, NCTY, crypto play, China crypto play. And I bet you it's a low float. Yeah, 14 million in the float, so it's a fairly low float. Yeah, this is a tough one. I mean, not very much volume. BNBK, and it's now trading. I'm assuming it's trading now. Yeah, it is trading now. Not very much volume though, but it is picking up. This is a bank merger. Okay, now so this was a 10-minute halt for SSNT. And I think when we last looked, I was it was projected around 765 open. So this is so this gapped up 765. Very low float. So right through that 200-day moving average. So the laser, LAZR, notice it's actually an AI alert, fairly early one. So the laser is an AI alert. You can see right there at 2010. I don't mind talking about it now. Wow, look at the SSNT now, guys. Oh, boy, that 765, that blew right through that. This looks like it's going to get halted again. IOVA for a short today. Let's take a look at IOVA. Yeah, I mean, this is a continuation. We saw this, of course, on Friday. Had earnings on the 4th, so that's a while ago. But yeah, just a continuation. Now, if you look left on the monthly chart, the low is 1588. Sorry, the low is 2019. So it's got room, 1738 on the monthly chart. On the weekly chart, it's probably about the same, 18. I mean, so it's got some room. I mean, it's got some room. If you look at the weekly chart, it's got some room to keep moving down. Will it? I don't know. But boy, it's been 2 bad days now. Yeah, Blink. Wow, Blink. What a move. I mean, again, EV, all EV related, of course. They've been a little erratic. I mean, this got up to last week. It got up to $40, all the way back down to 31. I mean, these are tough. So even if you believe in EV, and this had earnings on the 11th, even if you believe in it, boy, I mean, these are whippy holds. No idea. If you're asking me about it, I have no idea why anything is not bouncing regarding Tesla. I mean, he's been selling off some shares and all that. It's been in the news, but I have no idea. All right, guys. Now TLS is actually having a wee bounce here. Okay, after being thumped early, got all the way down to 15 or so. So TLS is having a little bit of a bounce. Look at the 15-minute chart. Will that hold? That's the question. Will it hold? Is this just a momentary blip up and then it'll start to move back down again? When? Oh, I can't tell you the exact time. I mean, I was up at 4 or so. I can't tell you the exact time, but it's an earnings play. So, you know, it was always going to be very active pre-market. I mean, look at the volume. So it was hitting my scanner. Would have hit my scanner probably, I don't know. I mean, it closed at 24 or 24.50. Probably would have hit my scanner around, I don't know, 23. All right, things have settled down just a little bit now. I know this is an AI alert looking at for a bounce, but you know what? Going against that downgrade, I don't know if Goldman put a target on it. Let me just see if Goldman actually put a target on it. To 26, okay. Lowered its price target from 33 to 26. So that is one of the reasons why TGTX is down today. There's no other news that I can see. Yeah, I'm all out of the Otley. I wish I had taken the the other one, but you know I didn't. I'm all out of my Otley short. It's doing pretty good. Now, somebody asked me about SPI earlier. It was doing really nothing, but once the market opened, it really popped up, and it's breaking over the high of about four days ago, 585. Let's see. Yeah, I mean 6. Where do we have? Yeah, so on the weekly chart, yeah, it's got room. I mean, 648 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. So if it can somehow take out 6, it will have some room. Boy, look at BITO. I don't know what Bitcoin is doing itself, but look at BITO. I mean, it's still up, but it was up 42. It's just drifting, making its way down. Yeah, we've got maybe a red, well, we do have a red bar forming here on the 15-minute chart on the SPY. I haven't seen this one for a long time. This used to be one of the REE, rare metals, rare earth metals, I guess. REE. Haven't seen this one for a long time. Wow, look at this break on the daily, guys. 72 million in the float. So it's not super low, not super high. 445 is the next high looking left on the daily. But look what it's trying to do today. Take out all of this. Of course, I would call this an EV play. I'm sorry, the TGTX from the AI is a short. I thought it was a bounce play, but it is not. It's a short. Okay, so taking advantage of that Goldman down. No, the AI did not know there's a Goldman downgrade. All it's looking at is a big gap down. You're still having problems, real? You don't live in a rural area, do you? Boy, this SSNT, what a move. Now, when you look left on the weekly, I mean, it still in theory has some room. I mean, the next high is 939. What did it get up to? Got up to 868. And again, it's a very, very low float. 1.8 million in the float. That's why this sort of thing can happen. And we have, let's see, we have GANX. Don't know anything about this one. GANX. On the move. Gain Therapeutics. On the move. Another low float situation. Gain Therapeutics. See if there's any news. Had earnings on the 12th, pre-market on the 12th. So this was actually the reaction, so a pretty decent reaction. This is sort of a second day continuation off earnings. They reported quarterly loss, but the shares rose. Maybe, I don't know, maybe the loss was not as big as people thought it would be. Maybe they've guided. I have no idea. All right, another earnings play, guys. VVNT showing up here. Got as high as 1170 or so. Didn't see this in the pre-market at all. Really didn't do very much in the pre-market, but it is an earnings play, VVNT. All right, guys, TGTX on the move down. Again, the big Goldman downgrade. Wow, SSNT just took out that high right up here. And we just got, wow, SSNT. Not only to take out the high, it exploded out of that high and just got halted. Very risky, guys, okay? I can't emphasize more. 1.8 million in the float. So, I mean, if you're in this one right now and you're kind of patting yourself on the back, and you think you can wander away for a while, do not. Now, this will probably open. The last halt was a 10-minute halt. You can see what I'm talking about right there. Got halted at 9:46.39. Typically they're 5-minute halts, but you can see this is a 10-minute halt. Open at 9:56.39. How long this one will be, I don't know. There's no way of knowing exactly. Meanwhile, the GANX earnings, not an earnings play, it's a continuation earnings play, doing extremely well. Another low float, 7.7 million in the float. Well, if you're stuck in the halt, as we speak, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Well, yeah, I see what you're looking at. It says 807, 807 right now. Yeah, from a halt at 908. But of course that can change. Okay, guys, I'm going to put a little bit of a plug in for Interactive Brokers. Those of you looking around for a broker, a little bit of a plug. I use it. People ask, haven't gone into my spiel yet, in about 6 minutes. People ask about what broker I use. Oops. Oh, sorry, I guess that's not a link. I love them. I love Interactive Brokers. Well, yeah, I don't find that half a cent a share, but that's me. I love Interactive Brokers. I find them incredibly reliable. Never had an issue in 5 years now. But then again, I'm not scalping, so yeah, maybe commissions if you're scalping, yeah, it's possible. But yeah, MRAM just showed up. MRAM just showed up in my option scan. Whoa. Too much yakking on my part, man. Oh man, look at that, 1076. This is what I'm talking about. It showed up right there, 1076 at 1142 right now. The spread, it's only a 5-cent spread right now. I don't know how easy it would have been to get right at 1076, but you don't have to get it right at 1076. SSNT just opened, so this time it was a 5-minute halt. Actually, it wasn't terrible. Got halted at 908. It popped up to 962. Plenty of time to get out. Yeah, I just absolutely just ran away from me. How do I know on the chart who put through the trade? Holly, me, or other strategies? That's a little confusing to me. So when you see, as an example, maybe this will help. Now I have to admit, I don't know if it shows up on your charts if you're not a premium. Well, you don't know it. I don't know if it shows up, but TGTX as an example, you know this is a Holly alert. In the y-axis, you see the price, you see the stop, okay? You see a down arrow, meaning a short. So that signifies an AI alert today, as an example. Anything else? I don't know what you're referring to. When you see previous days, like on a daily chart or a monthly chart or a weekly chart, and you see sell, sell, buy, buy, those were previous AI alerts. Okay? Whoa, look at Riven. No kidding. No kidding, Riven. Whoa. RIVI, you know, I mean, if you got the stomach for some of these swings, but now this is an all-time high. Yes, for Riven, RIVN. So if you believe in, you know, what these guys are doing and can be a big competitor to Tesla, etc., hey, you just have to be prepared, you know, for some $10, $15 swing sometimes. So Joe, did that make sense? Now, when you say, did I do it? I mean, I, as in you, I mean, you should know the trades you're in, right? Yeah, I mean that. You know, I finally might have to, yeah, really flip my script on on cannabis plays, guys. I mean, it looks like, as Zach is pointing out, I mean that's the big, that is the news. All right, so again, you asked the question, how do I know if it's an AI alert or, well, this, you can always tell an AI alert if you see something on the y-axis. Okay, so this was a short TGTX at 2840, 27, and here's the stop. Okay, that's how you can tell an AI alert. You can tell if it was an AI alert previous days. If you look at a daily chart or a monthly chart or a weekly chart and you see these little sells or buys, excuse me, those were AI alerts. Okay? But anything else, if you click on an alert, this right here is nothing to do with being an AI. Well, in this case, it is an AI alert too. Okay, in that particular case, but if I click on CREX as an example, CREX, all that candle is referring to is the fact that there was the alert. There's the candle in which the alert happened. Okay, nothing to do with the AI. You'll always know an AI alert though if you see prices in the y-axis. So great AI alert 2010, 21 now, 2110 now. Okay? Hopefully that makes sense. Well, when you say who is the, I mean, this is just an alert. Well, I don't, when you say who is the actual buy, it's just an alert. Okay? It's just, Joe, it's just an alert. Okay? If you're in the trade, I mean, you should know if you're in a trade or not, right? So this is just an alert. It's just telling you for LAZR, as an example, the alert happened at 2010. The stop was at 1978. It's just saying this is an AI alert. Okay? For the AI alerts on a short, the only time you'll ever see a down arrow would mean that it was an AI short alert. You know, how you trade them will be up to you, of course. So again, with the TGTX, the only time you ever see a down arrow is if it's an AI short alert. But the clue really is in the y-axis. Everything, no other alert will show you the actual price. You know, and with a stop. Okay, again, I don't understand when you say a purple side sell arrow. If you see a down arrow, that means it was an AI short alert. Okay, that's all that means. It gave you, 28.40. Whether you take the trade or not is up to you. They have a stop, but that's all it means. Okay. Okay, so these are previous. Okay, so this is just intraday. So these are previous ones, yes. So way back here this month, whatever day that was. So if you look on a monthly chart or a daily chart or a weekly chart and you see a sell or a buy, those are just previous AI alerts. And so if it says sell, that means the suggestion was to short it. If you see buy, the suggestion was to buy it. Okay? That make sense? Well, I have no idea. I had a question mark on today. I have no idea if the whole market's going to drop. I don't, because I'm more of an intraday trader, I don't try to predict what's going to happen with the overall market. You know, the bears have been out for I think 14 years now. Okay, you'll only see these sort of buy and sells if it was an AI alert. Okay, Joe? You will only see arrows like this if it was an AI alert. Nothing to do with you. Okay? But surely you must know whether you took the trade or not at some point. I don't think it shows up. If it's something you did in the past, I don't think it doesn't show up at all. Okay, I mean you can look at it in the calendar for previous, but on the chart itself, I don't believe it shows up because I do a lot of simulation trading to show you guys what that means, and if I can think of one that I did on Friday, it doesn't show up on the chart, but you have a calendar here in which you can check all of your old trades. Well, it shows up on the day, but I'm not sure that it shows up constantly. Now, granted, you know what I'll do? I'll keep a trade overnight and see if it shows up. I mean, if it does, there's your answer. Look at TGTX, guys. Tremendous short from the AI. We got two really good ones. We got a great long on laser, LAZR, and we got a great short on TGTX from the AI. So you might be answering your own question, Joe. If you are still in a trade that you kept as a discretionary trade and you're showing a flag, then you're answering your own question, right? Well, guys, it's way past the 10:20. I'm into my spiel, almost to the end of my spiel now, but we will start it now. The TI spiel. So first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday, between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. And I always start off with my home page. So on my home page, there is a lot of information, okay? So let me just pop this one in here also. Whoa, what happened there? Okay, so in the main trading room, as I call it, I have a tab called Barry's homepage. You can always click on that all day long. And there's the link. I have pasted that link into the room also. When you click on the link, this is what you'll see. So here's how you can take out a subscription right now. Barry for Alpha is the promo code to use for 15% off the first month only over the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas. I'll show you how much Trade Ideas costs and the different plans we have. So the big one, the annual premium is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI, which I'll go over in a bit. We nicknamed it Holly. There are some other differences, but that's the main reason why people will want to take a look at our premium service. Having a very good day so far. You don't have to go on an annual plan though. You want to go month to month, that's fine. Standard is $118, premium is $228. You can apply that discount, that 15% discount. Wow, look at TGTX. This is just a great short from the AI guys. Taking advantage of that Goldman downgrade. Whew. Anyway, sorry. 118, 228. Again, that 15% discount, you can apply it to the first month only. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward, 118 and 228. Anytime you want to upgrade to an annual plan, we'll honor that 15% promo code, okay? And I absolutely recommend that you do not start off with an annual plan. You can start off with a monthly plan to see if you like the product. Okay, don't take an annual plan out if you don't know this very well. Don't worry about, well, I want to get, that 15% off. We'll honor it. If you decide to upgrade, we will honor the 15%. But you've got to know if you like the product before you take it. All right, more information on our homepage. We have the trade of the week. It's sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I haven't really checked to see what it's doing right now. I know the trade of the week is ASO. Stock of the day video. I think there's no doubt, well, probably the TGTX, but we'll see. Stock of the day video that I do at noon Eastern time. Trade of the, all the education. So these are 3 free sections: the trade of the week, stock of the day, and all of the education that we have. Most of it is geared towards, trade ideas, of course. We have a very comprehensive user guide now, all broken down into sections, but also a searchable full table of contents, which is searchable. And it's being constantly upgraded now, or updated now. But if you're starting out with trade ideas, this is what I would do. I would take a look at the 20 introductory lessons. It goes over things like, what is a top list, building a top list, alert windows, all the way down to the AI, which we call Holly, and then Brokerage Plus, okay? So this would get you started, just some of the basic features of trade ideas. Excuse me, daily support sessions. So there's a YouTube room that I moderate at the same time. I do take a break at around noon. Another one of the traders takes over between 12 and 1, and that'll be Sean today. So before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in. Daily webinars. So this week we're on the Tuesday-Thursday rotation. Next week it's Monday-Wednesday, but you can sign up for them all right here. Back to basics. If you're new to trading or you want a refresher, this is a great free series, starting off with what is a stock. And Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put it together. All right. So a lot of information in the education section, and then of course my scans. So here's a layout, sample layout that you can take a look at. Individual scans that I've created for you, that if you want to take a look at them, here's my favorite one, the unusually strong options, which gave you EYPT and MRAM. But I also really like the 10-day daily breakout and breakdown. But I've got a lot of different scans here that you can take a look at. So these 2 sections, a lot of information. Save my link, and you can take a look at this anytime you want. Okay, so what is Trade Ideas? For those of you who are new, look at Coco right here. Wow. So Trade Ideas, we're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. So if you don't want to build your own scans, I'm sharing a lot of scans, of course, that's in that scan section. And this would be an example of one of the ones that I'm sharing. So this is what I'm looking for in this particular scan. If a stock is between, you always start off, if you want to build your own scans, you always start off with the filters. So in this particular case, this is what I'm looking for. Stocks between $2 and $35. Current volume is 8, which means it's trading at least 8 times normal. Minimum volume of 400,000 shares, etc. So this is what you're looking for in this particular scan. So if a stock meets these filter requirements and it makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. Okay? So if you're going to make your own scans, what we've done is we've created what we think are a lot of alerts. These are all the alerts when you see these icons. And these are the filters, okay, when you see these icons. And we have a lot of alerts and filters. So you don't have to learn. What we did was we created a lot of them because instead of having to learn a programming language, we feel we've created enough different alerts and filters that for the vast majority of our customers, you can combine them to give them the type of scan you're looking for. You don't have to learn all of the alerts and filters and what they mean. While we have a lot of them though, we have thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles. So that's what we try to do, create enough of them so that the majority of our customers can combine them to give them the type of scans they're looking for, if you want to build your own scan. But again, if you don't want to build your own scan, I'm sharing a lot of my scans, certainly at the beginning. I think that ultimately, if you become a subscriber down the road, even if you didn't want to build your own scans from scratch, but you might take a look at this one that I am sharing, and you might say, well, you know what, I like the concept, but maybe I want a different price range. Maybe I want between 10 and 100 instead of 2 and 35. So I just type in 2 and 100, 10 and 100 here. Notice how it's changed. You could, maybe take a filter out or add a filter in. But at the very beginning, if you don't want to make any changes, I'm sharing a lot of my scans. And plus, if you go into our toolbar and click on New and Dock Channel Bar, we have a lot of channels here, and they're all theme related with all different scans in them. So if I look at the momentum scan, this is what I'll see. So this is an alert window called Momentum, Momo. And if I like this one, if I right click again and click on Configure, and look at what it's looking for, and if I see, okay, yeah, that looks pretty interesting. And I can leave it like it is, or again, I can change the price range, but let's just assume you leave it like it is. All you do is you save this window to the cloud, this scan to the cloud. You can go to another one, stock surging. The action is heating up. You might like that one. Okay, so save that one to the cloud. So all I'm trying to show you, though, is that you can go to the different channels and start maybe selecting different scans that you see that you might want to include as part of your layout. Because once you've saved them to the cloud, all you have to do is File, Load from Cloud, and if you save them, you'll see them right at the top. And you just load, and then click on the next one, load. And that's how you can create your own layout without really having to create a scan right from scratch. So we try to make it very, very easy for you. Look at Riven. Congrats those of you who held on and all that through all the the $10, $15, $20 swings. But this is just absolutely accelerating now. RIVN. Now let me talk about the AI. Last week was pretty silent, but we've started with a bang this morning anyway. So if you have our premium service, this is what I would do. I would click on New from our toolbar, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, okay? And when you do that, this is the window that you'll see. I've attached it to these other two earnings filter or scans, but don't worry about that. This is the window that you will see. And all you do is wait for the alerts to happen. There's nothing else for you to do. You can't modify it or anything like that. You can pick and choose what you want to trade. So you can see right there, laser, LAZR. You had an entry. You don't have to get in right at the very penny, but you had an entry, suggested entry at 2010. There's your stop. At this point, if you took the trade right at 2010, you'd be up 5.7%. The TGTX, if you took the short at 2840, you'd be up 3.9% as an example. How you trade them will be up to you. There's no right or wrong way. Personally, I never auto trade, number one. I will always want to click on an alert, see how it looks on a chart, see if there's any, the 200-day moving average as an example. As you can see for laser, it's right there. But I always want to see what it looks like on a chart. How much room does it have? When I say that, I mean if it has room on a daily and a weekly and a monthly chart to keep running until it hits some resistance, then these sort of trades get then I'm interested. So I've never hung up and man, I got to get in right at the very second. So how you trade it though will be up to you. But that's how I would look at it. Though I wouldn't worry about anything else. Just take a look at the AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. You know, we had another one. I don't mind talking about them now after the fact. No, I don't display them all day long because not fair for those of you who have our premium service. But, you know, another one was the VVNT. The 1117, you can see it right there. I mean, it got up to 1159, but that's a great percentage move. Now I want to talk about this window we call Brokerage Plus that you see here, this big blue window. I'm going to pop a video or a link to 2 videos. Yalla, yalla, yalla. Okay, so that link has 2 videos. The short video shows you if you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. You need an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, okay? And you need to get live. You have to get real-time data from them. But if you want to use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, it's a feature that's available, okay? If you don't have an E-Trade account or IB account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you know this feature is not available to you. And even if you have an IB or an E-Trade account, doesn't mean you have to use this to trade. It's just a feature, it's an option, it's a nice feature. If you want to take advantage of it, there it is. You have to be using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, this is not available, okay? The second video, the longer video, goes into way more detail about how you can use this. It's about a 26-minute long video, but it goes into, again, a lot more detail about how you can use it. Now, how I always like to start off is to show people, you know, if you wanted to take a trade, first of all, if you're new to trading, and how I demonstrate this is also can be used as a paper trader, simulation trading, okay? All you do is click on sim, and what it's doing is it's using our real-time data. It's nothing to do with who your broker is. In fact, you don't even need a broker. If you're just starting out and you want to practice trading, you haven't settled on a broker, you don't need a broker. It's using our real-time data. So, I mean, I can't emphasize enough that if you're just starting out trading, please practice trading first. So let's just say, let's just show you how you can take a trade. Let's just say you wanted to take this MRAM trade, okay? You don't want to, but you didn't want to take it right now. Maybe you want to take it on a pullback. You know, it pulls back down to this area here. Okay, I'm just going to show you the mechanics of how you would do it. So you pick how many shares you want to do this at. You pick the price you want to do it at. Let's say it's 11.15. Again, I'm not saying that that's where you would do it. I'm just showing you the mechanics of how you would take a trade on a pullback. Okay, you click on the buy button and you'll see a big blue line will appear on the chart. Okay, and it says buy at 11.15. Right there, it says right there, 300 shares at 11.15. Okay, so if MRAM pulls back to 11.15, it'll take the trade. Now, at some point, if you do not want to continue with this, you know, maybe the market's doing something you don't like, maybe it is doing something you don't like, you just have to go to the orders and right-click and cancel order. Okay? Now, let's take a trade right now and talk a little bit about money management. So, my advice is this though. When you take a look at a trade or a potential trade, you should be looking for all the reasons why not to take the trade. You know, and you should have some kind of a checklist that you have to be able to check. excuse me, in my opinion, everything before you take the trade. If not all the conditions why you would take a trade are not satisfied, then don't take the trade. Now, all my scans have already got a lot of my conditions for taking a trade. They're already in my scans. In other words, minimum volume, price range that I like, relative volume that I like, things like that. Okay, so I don't have to go through that sort of a checklist. So when I get an alert though, the first thing I'm doing, okay, what sort of a pattern is it? And also, does it have room when you look left on a monthly, weekly, and a daily chart? So those are the sort of things that I size up. And if I can't say, yes, I like the pattern and I like the room, then I don't take the trade. I can't tell you what your checklist is going to be. That's why you have to practice. But let's assume, though, that everything checks out. So let's take this trade. I just want to show you a little bit of money management, okay? Let's say you wanted to take this the CREX trade. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to buy it at the market because the spread is only a penny. So it's going to take the trade probably at 265, 266, okay? I'm going to put a stop at 246, which is 20 cents away from the entry. Why am I doing that? I'll explain. Number one, I'm just trying to make the math easy, but the other thing is, here's the whole concept of a stop. When I get into a trade, I always have a price where I feel that if, this trade isn't working, I want to be out of the trade. Obviously it's called a stop. I'll take myself out of the trade if I don't feel it's working, and this is the price in which I'll get out. Again, I'm just showing the mechanics of what you do. And that's probably the most difficult part when you first start out. You might agree with the concept of placing a stop, but where you place a stop is maybe very difficult at the very beginning, because you think, well, yeah, but where am I going to place a stop? Well, had I been really doing this, I would have probably placed my stop right here. I'm looking at a 2-minute chart, a 5-minute chart. Looks like there's a lot of support in this area, say at 249. So if it broke down through there, I probably should be out of the trade. So actually, this is not a bad stop anyway, but I would want to be out of the trade if it broke out broke down through that area. Other ways of doing it, some might take a look at the low of the previous 5-minute candle, or maybe the low of the previous 15-minute candle. How you are going to take your stops, this is why you have to practice. There's no right or wrong way. Some way look at a moving average and say, if I hit that moving average, I want to be out of the stop or out of the trade. But that's why you have to practice. So let's assume, that after some practice, you start getting, reasonably comfortable about where you're going to place a stop. Now, how I share size myself, always, I don't take the same number of shares every trade, 500 shares, 100 shares. How I share size myself is my entry is 266. I put the stop at 246 on purpose to make the math easy. If you have, say, a $5,000 account, obviously you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. In the simulator, I'm risking about $100 a trade. That's why it says, when I put that stop in, that's why it says minus 97.50, close to $100. How do we get that? Well, how do I get how many shares I would take? If I take my entry, the difference between my entry and my stop is 20 cents. If I divide 20 cents into $100, which I'm willing to risk on the trade, I get 500 shares. That's why I get 500 shares. Okay? So there's some quick math to do. And that's why, practice, practice, practice. Now, the other thing that can be very difficult, though, is obeying your stop. Even if you're a seasoned veteran, sometimes, you think, man, oh man, the setup was awesome. Everything checked, and it looked awesome. I mean, great press release or great news. People seem excited by it. There's lots of room. It still doesn't work. Even the best setups, sometimes they just don't work. Sometimes that's really difficult to obey your stop. Because you just get a little bit stubborn. You think, it's going to bounce back. So you instead of that $100 manageable loss, you allow it to start turning into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally give up and sell. and you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. Now, of course, and one of the worst things that can happen is you don't obey your stop and you're down $200, $300, and then all of a sudden it does reverse and it starts to really rip. And you say, oh man, I'm really glad I didn't obey my stop because look at it now, I'm making lots of money. And of course that can happen. But I'm just saying, you know how I do it? I always obey my stop. Now my stop also is my absolute worst that I want to make on the trade. If I'm in a trade and I just don't like the way it's trading, you know, and it starts drifting down towards my stop, I just don't like the way it's trading, I can always get out before my stop. Okay? My stop is the like sort of the worst I want to do in the trade. Well, good for you, Joe. That's good. I didn't even see this. Yalla on the options. Didn't even see it. 10:07. I'm afraid to look. Yeah, 10:30 now. Option scanner has been on fire today. You know, if you look, you know, I mean, obviously EYPT, and I'm sure this one dropped afterwards, but, you know, here's the original alert at 9:47. That's the time, Eastern time, of course. There was the alert price. This is like going back in time. You can kind of see what happened afterwards. Well, I don't have to tell you, the UYPT just absolutely soared from there, as did MRAM. So practice trading. That's all I can say. Keep practicing trading. If you want to practice swing trading, if you don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, then this will carry forward, and that's how you can practice swing trading. These are some hotkeys that you can use. So if I want to get out of a trade, I can flatten it, just highlight it. I can flatten it, or I can get out of half my trade, or I can double my position. Of course, I can go down here and sell. If I want to pick a specific number of shares at a price, I can always click the sell button. So that's how you can practice trading, though. I can almost guarantee you, if you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money once, you know, attaching to your live account. Because when you start trading for real, emotions really come into play. Everything that you learned in a simulator, and you know, you maintain good discipline, but man, oh man, when your P&L starts jumping up and down, you know, it becomes very emotional. So if you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to trade with a live account. And unfortunately, though, even if you can make money in a simulator, it doesn't necessarily translate to making money in a live account because of the, you know, aforementioned discipline and emotions that come into play. I mean, trading isn't easy. Yeah, so Sam, if you go to my home page, I'll put my home page link in, and just go to the scan section. Okay? Go to the scan section when you click on my link, and right here, scan section, all my scans that I'm sharing, including, as I always say, my favorite one, which is the unusual option activity. Okay, Jim, so I'll quickly go over it. Yeah, I don't talk price targets so much. All I talk about is you know, when you get into a trade, how I trade, I always know what price I'm getting out at, okay, if it doesn't work. Even the best setups don't work sometimes, okay? So I'm always aware of where I'm going to get out of a trade. How I do it is I usually size up a chart, and I look where I think there's some support. So if it broke down through that support area, I want to be out of a trade. Some may use the previous 5-minute candle, or a 15-minute candle, maybe a moving average. That you can only, you know, I can't tell you, there's no right or wrong way. All right, you have to get comfortable about where you're going to place a stop. And then where you place your stop will share size you, because of course in this particular case, you know, I got in at 266. I placed the stop at 246 on purpose. I wanted to make it a 20-cent stop because that's the other aspect. When I get into the trade, yes, I know where I'm going to get out, but how much am I actually going to risk dollar-wise in the trade? So as I always say, I mean, if you have a $5,000 account, you should not be risking $1,000 on the trade. So in the simulator, I'm always risking $100 on the trade, and even in real life, I'm always trying to risk just about the same amount per trade. I don't risk a $500 one trade, $1,000 the next, $50 the next. I always keep, how much I'm risking per trade, dollar-wise, to about the same amount. And that is what's going to shear size you, because 266 is my entry, 246 is my stop. I did that on purpose. That's 20 cents. If I'm risking $100 a trade, then I divide 20 cents into $100. I get 500 shares. So I'm not buying the same number of shares every trade. It'll be based on the difference between the entry and the stop. And the target, when I get into a trade, it's not so much that I'm getting into a trade because typically there's enough room for at least what I will call a 1-for-2 risk reward. So if I'm risking, in this particular case, again, this is just wanted to show you the mechanics of this. But if I'm risking 20 cents a trade, then I have to be able to look at a chart and think that I have a realistic expectation of at least making 40 cents on the trade. Okay? If I can't see that, then I'm not going to take the trade. In other words, a 2-to-1, 1-to-2 risk reward. So if I got into a trade at $10 and I had a 10-cent stop at $9.90, but I look above and at 10.05, what I consider there'd be a lot of resistance at 10.05, well, I wouldn't take the trade because I'm not going to risk 10 cents to try to make 5 cents. Well, there's no formula. You have to do some quick math, Jim, okay? I mean, if you want, you can set up, I suppose, an Excel spreadsheet, to say, okay, a 15-cent difference between my entry and stop, and I want to risk $100 a trade. You can set up, I guess, an Excel spreadsheet to quickly look what it would be, or you can just do it on the fly. But basically, you're just dividing that difference into whatever you're risking. So that's why I try to make the math simple when I'm demonstrating. 20-cent stop into $100 equals 500 shares. And there, Becca just posted something. Yeah, I mean, you can construct your own little table that you don't even have to put in an Excel. You can just, create a page that you can quickly look at. All right, let's take a look at, now that I can kind of resume taking a look at potential trades for myself. Well, I have a lot of other scans that I'm sharing, okay, including the moving higher with unusually strong options. I can't display them all, on the monitor. It would just be too much of a mess for people to try to concentrate on. So, but most of the other scans that I'm sharing, or if you go to the section of all the scans that I'm sharing, I don't have them all up and running. Believe me, there'd be way too many. But for instance, the moving higher with unusually strong options, that is there. Do you have a selection of charts? Now uncertainty. Okay, I'm not 100% sure I know what you mean by that. What do you mean by a selection of charts? These are charts here, okay? So I don't know what you mean by a selection of charts exactly. So are you talking about charts? Like these are charts. I have, if this is what you mean, I have some thumbnail charts. Is that what you mean? On my other screen? Okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know, there are things that when I'm doing my pre-market work, and let me just go over that just briefly here. If you click on my, again, here's my home page right there. There's the link to my home page. When you click on it, and you see my scans are here. So these are the 4 scans that I use for my pre-market work. Gap up, gap down shared, pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. So in my thumbnail charts, I will put some charts, I will put some symbols that I want to watch for the day. You know, like the Otley, the EYPT, there are just some symbols that I'll probably keep an eye on all day long. Doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to trade them. But yeah, I mean, yes, I do have some thumbnail charts. Now, if you want to have thumbnail, if you want to have charts, you know, I can't tell you what you're going to, what yours will be, you know, because I have a certain trading style, of course. You know, I'm way more of a momentum trader. Which means most of the things that I look at are near the highs or low of the day. If I'm looking to go long something, you know, most of the time, most of the alerts that I see here, not most of them, every single alert that I see here means the stock has just made a new high for the day. And on the downside, a new low for the day. Look at, I don't know what Bitcoin is doing. I don't know what the actual price of Bitcoin is right now, but obviously, you know, we had a pop pre-market, but it's been drifting down, basically flat now. $64,000, thanks, Jeff. Let's see. See, when you say TWS, I mean, I'm using IB. I have it clicked on Mosaic as opposed to classic TWS, if that's what you mean. And I do have one IB chart up, and it's lightning fast. So I don't know what. So for me, the charts are, but I'm using. Again, I don't know what the, you know, I'll be honest, I have no idea what the difference between Mosaic and classic TWS is within IB. I picked Mosaic 5 years ago. I haven't changed. I can't answer that, Chris. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't know. All I'm looking at is just, you know, when I'm clicking on an alert and trade ideas, how fast is it loading into my one IB chart that I have, and it's lightning. So if it's something else you're talking about, I can't answer. All right, guys, this is a classic, okay? SSNT. Now, I can almost guarantee you that SSNT is not going to stay here for the rest of the day. So, now this one is not, the shares have dried up for me in terms of a short, but this is one of those ones in which later on in the day, you know, if it pops on volume, this could get it rolling again. You know, this would get up to what? It got up to $9.59. So it's about $1.50 below. So this is what I usually do. You know, if it took out, say, $8.31 or so, I want to see it get over $8, number one. Maybe break free of all this we see on the 2-minute chart, on the 5-minute chart. So if it breaks free on volume, so all I've done is I have a price alert that I've set. Now I don't have to stare at the chart anymore because, let me get rid of some of these. So you'll notice at the very bottom here is SSNT. So if I get a price alert, what will happen is, because I minimize this window will pop up on my screen so I can't miss it. Also, because I sort on the triggered column, I'll see it right at the very top. I can actually put a sound on it, actions, and go through this and place a sound alert. So I will not miss it. So I don't have to keep staring at this. But just again, if I get the alert, it doesn't mean that I take the trade. Because what I want to see if that alert happened on volume. I want to see a big volume surge also. In other words, I want to see some buyer enthusiasm. If I don't see it, I won't take the trade. EYPT on the short side turned into an awesome short. And yeah, there are shorts of, but I didn't take it. It's difficult for me sometimes. I mean, when I'm of course talking about trade ideas in general, I can't concentrate on trading so much, but I could tell. I know Zach was in this one, and he's doing well. But on the long side, it was an awesome alert on the long side. 1935. You can see there's the arrow that shows you where the alert happened. This is just from my scanner. 1935 all the way up to 21.50. So a $2 pop, and now it's dropped. Now it's dropping. All right, now this is a SPAC. DGNS. I see now why somebody was mentioning BMTX. Just couldn't pay enough attention to it. BMTX, but this is a SPAC that just showed up. Right into the 200-day. 1037, the area of the 200-day. Meanwhile, Star, I see there was the alert at 2366. Star is on the way down, and it's interesting. It's nowhere close to a lifetime low. That they don't all have to be, but look left on the monthly chart. Look how much room this has underneath. I mean, the next low. So the next low on the weekly chart is about 21.66. So a stock at 20. So that's almost $2 away. So this still has room if it wants to move down. This is I don't see any specific reason. So I see some news about a quarterly common dividend. declares a quarterly common dividend and stock preferred stock dividends. Yeah, so the option scanner has been on fire today. I'm just looking here on the BMTX. Bit of a spread issue, 62.72. I mean, not a great spread. BMTX. Let's look left on the monthly chart. How much room does it have? 1462 on the monthly. And that's 1416 on the weekly. So these, people, well, these aren't what I call targets, but these are areas in which the stock could stall. I mean, maybe it's semantics, but you have to be aware. However, in the pre-market, this stock got up to 1450. That could be a bit of a magnet also. So again, guys, the AI is having a nice day. I mean, here's the laser, LAZR, PUBM, TGTX, the VVNT. I mean, these are all nicely positive right now. They don't all work. LC just got stopped out. And before, EVGO got stopped out also. And, oh man, GGPI, yeah, it showed up on my option scanner. Another one of these SPACs. Just took out the pre-market high also, I believe, 1547, or got up to the pre-market high. Again, this is basically an EV play. I think they are going to be merging with Polestar, Swedish company. And here we go. So this is a SPAC, so on Polestar's expected expansion. So another EV play, guys. And this is Interactive Brokers. That's the headline for Interactive Brokers. We might have the same one. Yeah, we have the same one. Okay, so we do have a news tab. Mentioned this one earlier also, the GANX, G-A-N-X. This will never show up on my option scanner. Why? It doesn't trade options. Let's take a look at the ETF, one of them anyway, for the... Interesting. Look at this. Drive. This is one of the ETFs anyway. I think this is fairly well. I don't know. I know there's another one. Somebody mentioned another one. I don't know which has more volume. Not a ton of volume, 347,000 shares. So, I mean, if you look at the overall EV market, obviously some individual plays like the GGPI, Laser, Riven, RIVN, but I don't think, like, Riven does not make up this. It's way too new. So it's not like the EV market overall is really soaring. Now, you want to follow EV plays going forward, click on new, dock channel bar, and one of the channels is EV related. Just have to find it. Oh, I know it's here. I just have to see it. Here we go. It's right at the top here. EV related. Okay. So this is an EV related channel. So you could take one of these if you want to track ETFs on your EVs, in a scanner of your own. Add it to your scanner. All you have to do is take one of these and save it to the cloud, and then add it into your layout if you want to keep tracking EV plays. Okay, now on the flip side, guys, OPFI on the way down. This is not quite an all-time low. When I say the flip side, this is flipping my option scanner. Okay, this is moving higher with unusually strong options volume. This is moving lower. Now, the only problem I got, I wish this were an all-time low. There may be some support around that 670 mark or the 645 mark. That's the issue I've got with it. I wish this had been like an all-time low. I would have been hopping all over this one as a short. And it just halted. Yes, SYTA just halted. So let's take a look at SYTA. So SYTA, last month, this got up to almost $10, number one. Last week, it got up to $4.29. And the week before that, $4.37. So you can just see, if it takes out these highs right here, traders will be looking at this weekly candle and saying, wow, what if it could get even halfway there or a third of the way there? Okay? So if this is right now, there's no big clue about where it's going to open. You can see here it is. There's the halt at 395, 44. So there's no big clue. This is Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. So if you don't want to stare at the chart, then you want to, obviously if it's a 5-minute halt, this will open at 11:24 plus 32 seconds. That's typically what they are, 5-minute halts. But if you didn't want to stare at it, you could just put a price alert, just a little bit above it, because it's going to, or a little bit below in case it drops. Okay, because there's no way it's just going to sit at 395. So you put a price alert. And you see what it looks like right down here. Here are the two price alerts right here. And again, if you're not using this, price alerts, it's a great tool. From our toolbar, click on price alerts window. If you've never used it before, it'll be blank. And then you don't have to have it taking up screen space. I don't, I just minimize it. And then when I minimize it, if I get the alert, it pops up on my screen. And you'll definitely see that happen with the SYTA. This will be an interesting earnings play, guys. LIDR, of course, earnings. I'm sorry, not LIDR. I meant which one did I mean? Yeah, I meant Lucid. So this will be no LCID. Jeez, there we go. So this will be an interesting earnings play after hours today. Okay. Of course, a it's had a big move over the last few days. It was a $23 stock about 2.5 weeks ago. Then get rid of some of your alerts, Perfect Circle. You talked about this last week. You've got probably way too many alerts. You know, you want to just look at these ones. I mean, just look at my option scanner. It's only going to give you a few alerts a day if you're just getting overwhelmed by all the alerts. And then, you know, you use it as a watch list all day long. I don't know there's a max, Joe, but I mean, you know, I actually don't know if there's an actual max. But I mean, if you're practicing trading, you know, how many do you have? Well, also, you have $100,000 that we give you, you know, in the simulator. So you may be maxed out there. I mean, again, when you're using the simulator, you know, try to keep it real. I mean, do what you would do in a real account. Just don't, you know, take 1,000 trades, which you would never do in a real account. And I'm just using 1,000 as an example. I don't know. I've never seen that, a timeout. I've never seen a timeout. I don't know. I don't know that that particular error message. Now, are you talking charts? You can only have 10. You can only have 10 charts. No, I can't believe it's 10 trades a day. Again, how much money have you committed? Because there is a $100,000. Okay, in real life, would you take 10 trades a day in for real? Number one, just as a you would, okay? All at the same time? You would be in 10 trades all at the same time? Okay. So that's the thing. Get rid of some and see if that works. Number one. Okay? I mean, I'm rarely in more than 2 trades at a time. Rarely. But here's what you're going to do. You know, dump a trade and see if you can take another trade. Then that'll give you that will give you your answer if you can be in more than 10 trades at a time. So yeah, SYATA. Let's see. It opened and no, it didn't open. Not opened yet. Okay. I thought you meant it was open. So so that'll be 24:32. Oh, so it's going to be a 10-minute halt anyway. It's going to be a 10-minute halt. Just a great alert from the AI guys and steady up. No real reason to get out at any time. I mean, there's your alert. These are the sort of trades that you have to love. You know, there's the alert at 2010. Had a little base here, pop. Little bit of a base here, pop. In other words, no giant red candles down to take you out of the trade and then a whip back up. You've got to love that. And big congrats to anybody, you know, Ija and others who kept in this RIVN trade. I mean, what a run from the pre-market. 126, 145, all-time high, of course. IPO 4 days ago, 3 days ago. I was in this, but did not hold. I'm seeing way more opportunities on the upside than on the downside in this market today. Even though the market, I mean, tech is now we got the minor disconnect going here. Dow is up, tech is down, or Nas is down. There, you see how that happened? See how it popped up on my screen? Oh, wow. So that's why, remember when we looked at it, it seemed to indicate 4-4. That's why, you know, there was really no clue about what was going to happen with the SYTA. But look at this. You know, what I would have loved to have happened is that it would just rest here, just briefly after the open, and then to give us an opportunity to get in. And it just got halted again. SYTA just got halted again. It just didn't happen. All right, look at Crexco, guys. This is the one I was just showing you how you can trade. Taking this, no, this was not a pullback. This was actually taking the trade. Look at Crexco, guys. Now, I really want to, I'm glad this happened because I want to show you. See, this says, now this is not quite in sync. But you see where it says today's profit, max P&L, and distance from exit price. Okay, I want to get out of this trade right now. I'm going to show you why. Okay, so I just flattened it. Okay, it just took me out of the trade for $360 profit. Okay, that's the max P&L. If I got out right at 341, not sure where, if I just go to the executions. Got me out at 338, okay? So this, why I'm bringing this to your attention is the max P&L versus today's profit and the distance from the exit price. Now this will start to change, okay? Actually, it may not change. I mean, in theory, I mean, again, this is in the simulator. I maxed out right at the very top. I mean, is that going to happen all the time? Of course not. What I really want to show you though is the max P&L is showing me how much I could have made if I'd been in the trade right at the very top. This is showing me that I basically got out right at the very top as we speak. What you would not want to see is a max P&L, say a 360, and then you allow this to turn into, say, now I'm only up 100 or 50 or even worse, I'm losing money. This is going to tell you a little bit about how good are your exits. Okay? The distance from the exit price is another cool one, because right now what this is telling me is that where I got out, it's 16 cents below, which is of course what you want to see. You're saying you can pat yourself on the back and say, "Oh, great, it was a good exit." Now this can turn around, of course, but this is a good gauge to see how good are your exits. Okay, just a minute, please. Headset dying. Just a minute. All right. Okay, remember I mentioned this one earlier. This was a great short right off the bat, the TLS. But then I was looking at I didn't take the trade, but I was looking at this saying, wow, this looks like it wants to bounce. And it's just been pretty steadily up from, wow, in fact, that's a tremendous bounce if anybody took it. More clear on a 15-minute chart, of course. Yeah, so SYTA just popped up, came out of the halt, got up to 565. It still looks interesting. I mean, look at this, 535, 537 on the bid ask. But it's whippy. I mean, guys, and 4.6 million in the float. If you're going to take this one, just be awfully careful because, again, that's a very low float. You can't take this and then wander away from your computer. So you can see what's happening here. Again, this is in the simulator. So the corrects I got out virtually at the very top, and now it's 23 cents below. That's exactly what you'd want to see. Now, I'm not saying this is now listen, if this starts turning positive and you are out of the trade, you could always say, hey, this is starting to work again. You sort of keep an eye on that distance from the exit price. You could say, maybe I could get back into the trade as an example. Well, the option scanner today was on fire. I mean, again, if you have it, you just have to look to see where the original alerts came from, what happened. So there's the EYPT at 9:47. These are the times, and here's the price. So yes, has EYPT faded badly? But before it did that, 1935, it got up to 2148. MRAM 1076, and you can see these are the 1076, and it got up to 1270. I mean, these are awesome. Yala 1007 before it came back down. Not bad. I mean, it got up to 1050 or so. BMTX 1348. Let's see what it did afterwards. I mean, not bad. I mean, almost the 14. This one I don't think has done too much. This Dragoneer or Dragon, whatever it's called, Dragoneer growth, 1027. I can't even say that. 1056. I mean, it's not bad. The GGPI 1543. I know that. Wow. I mean, this is 1623. And this one just showed up. NCTY 1446, 1470. I put a big check mark on this one. That's all you were watching today. So again, if you just want to concentrate on a few tickers every single day, I don't get very many in this one, and use it like a watch list. I mean, does it mean you have to take the trade immediately? No. And sometimes, you miss it the first time. Maybe it pulls back to a level you want to take the trade. But it gives you, a very probably, I would say usually not more than 10 symbols for the day. I mean, some days there are more, but I put some pretty tough filters in there. I don't want to see a lot of alerts. So again, for those of you getting overwhelmed by the number of alerts that you may be getting from all the scans you have, that's why I do this. And notice, I had my stop at 246 for the corrects. It almost hit it, just about 2 or 3 cents above it. Did not get stopped out. And then, that area held, and then boom, the big pop for corrects. Now, does this still have some room? Let's see. 319, I'm looking at the monthly chart. 326 is the next high on the monthly chart. And then after that is 363. So, I mean, this in theory still has some room. What did it get up to? It got probably right up to that, got up to 341. So it actually briefly broke through that 326 level. And this did have some news, I believe. It's a merger deal. It's a merger deal. Whoa, in fact, look at the Crex, guys. I think the Crex just, the Crex just shot up here. Crex just absolutely just shot up. CREX. This is one I had thumbnailed, real. This is one that I saw in the pre-market, of course, because of this pop-up. So, I mean, I was demonstrating how you take a trade in the simulator. All right, I am okay. Look at this TCDA, guys. TCDA, um, basing really, really well. I mean, had an alert at 10:16, and it has not moved in over an hour. Okay, really hasn't moved in over an hour. And let's just take a look. Let's break this weekly chart. I mean, you can see on the weekly chart, there's really nothing. I'm gonna have to zoom in on this monthly chart. Okay, I guess it started trading right here. So 8:16, I want to see where these next highs are. Yeah, I mean, if this ever breaks out, I mean, I don't see any. Let me back out the weekly chart just a little bit. Yeah, I mean, this has room, guys. To keep an eye on the TCDA if it wants to keep breaking out, because the next high is 8:16. That's $2 away for TCDA. So it's just basing right now. I don't use level 2, no. And that's not to say you shouldn't or anybody else should, but I just don't really pay that much attention to it. To my opinion, just too many games played there. But that's my feeling. I'm not telling anybody that they shouldn't do it. Look at the SPY now, guys. Now the SPY just broke out of some consolidation here, and we're getting a pretty big red candle for some reason. So I see the TCDA actually raised some money, $42 million. Okay. And the market has not punished them for that. All right, guys, I just want to confirm that Sean will be in our YouTube room. And for those of you, I just want to get a confirmation that it will be Sean in our YouTube room today. And the answer is yes. Okay. So if you are more of an option trader, okay, Sean is at Trade Ideas, one of the traders at Trade Ideas. Now, we don't scan for options as such. We have filters for options, but he's way more of an option trader. So you can go to the YouTube room. You want to ask some questions about trading options, etc. Again, these are the option filters that we have. But if you're looking for strike prices and all that sort of stuff, no. Whoops. Just do a search on options. And so in that my scan that I've got, my unusually strong options volume, these are the option filters that we have. So we have the put call ratio. Options volume is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. Option volume today is obvious, both the combination of puts and calls. Put volume, call volume today. And then this is kind of the key one, the option volume today percent. So what I'm looking for in that scan is stocks that are having abnormal option volume. So, you know, if something is normally trades 2,000 contracts a day, for me to see it today, you will have to trade at least 6,000 because I want it to be 3 times. That's the filter that I'm using. Okay? That's an example. So it doesn't mean I'm trading the option. It means I am trading the stock, but some in the room who trade options say that this can help trading options. But you can ask Sean a lot of option related questions. You can ask him other questions, of course, too, but he's more of an option trader. I don't trade options at all. So I will put the YouTube link in. If the only one who might do some auto trading is Michael Noss, and that'll be tomorrow. I don't think he does it extensively though. I certainly don't. Sean definitely does not. Same time, 12 to 1. I just put the link in. But we do not recommend auto trading the AI, number one. You want to auto trade your own strategy before you did it. What do you mean in the regular room? In the no here? No, I'm always here, but in the YouTube room between 12 and 1 tomorrow. Okay? But listen, you want to auto trade anything, practice in the simulator. Okay? Sean's not there yet, Joe. Okay, he won't start until noon. Yeah, it's the same. I mean, they see my screen and they can hear me also. It's just not as, it's nowhere near as active. We have more traders in what I call the main trading room. It's just when I take a break at noon, one of the other traders takes over in the YouTube room. That's all, between 12 and 1, when I take my break. But you can practice, you want to auto trade your own strategies. You can practice in the simulator. See how it would work. And if you don't know how, watch the video. The Brokers Plus video, or the link that I've got there, the long video, shows you how you can, take one of your strategies, add it in, the strategies, add your strategy in, turn the strategy on. Okay? I never asked, no. Well, in order to backtest a strategy, which is not, auto trading it, you have to have our premium service and then create a strategy and backtest it. Right click on the and backtest strategy, and then you'll see how it will work. But you can always take your strategy and run it in auto trade mode. Use the simulator, see how it would work. Because it would be terrible. If I backtested my style of trading, it would be terrible. I don't care about, I want the alerts, and then I make up my own mind whether or not I want to trade them, But if I backtested, for instance, my option strategy, I'm sure it would be terrible. I don't care. I just want the alerts. Because backtesting means, okay, I have to set maybe a hold period. I might have to set some kind of a target. I might have to set a lot of things, which for me doesn't make any sense. Okay, for me, for my style of trading, I'm much more used to taking a look at a chart, checking to see, if it has enough room for it to move. So, for instance, there could be half of the trades here in my option scanner that I might say, no, I wouldn't take the trade. And yet if I'm auto trading, would take the trade, turning into a loss, but that was not what I would do in real time, in the real world, as an example. So but listen, practice, you can practice, use the simulator before you start trading live. Even if you're an experienced trader, but you're wondering, I have this strategy, I think it might be very good. You backtest it. It looks good when you backtest it. Put it in the simulator and turn it on and see what would happen. So Joe, again, Sean is not there yet, okay? You asked that question. Joe is not there yet. Or Joe. Sean is not in our YouTube room yet. He'll be there around noon. Yeah, I don't ever think, I don't look at something like this and go, wow, I wonder why that happened. No, I mean, it got hit down, hit hard. It's an earnings play. Okay, got hit hard. And I mean, it's still down 22%. But why are people coming in here? I don't know. They're looking at, it's a bounce play, I guess. Why that happens, I don't see any specific news on it that, defending it. I don't see some analyst coming in and saying, this is oversold for some reason. And yes, I will give you the YouTube address or link. Again, don't go there yet. I mean, you can go there, but if you do, better mute because you'll get an echo. He's not there yet. He won't be there for another probably 5 minutes or so. Can it read the volume of the news? No. I mean, I don't understand what you mean. You mean if one stock had 10 news releases or something? No. Yeah, so remember when I was talking about this one before, I said I don't think this will stay here. Oh, no, it was the SSNT, sorry. Yeah, so what did I talk about that one? Yeah, I think I was. I was talking about the SSNT. Right there was basing, but now it's starting to drift down. Shoot, I wish I thought I put an alert underneath. I guess I didn't. I was only looking on the high side because this is shortable too for me at Interactive Brokers. Well, most of the news is in the pre-market, okay? Most news is in the pre-market, which you can easily check, either here or I typically use my IB headline news also. I don't see anything here. Most of the news is in the pre-market. I think IB's got, without having to pay for a separate news feed that, one of these like Benzinga, they get a lot of their news from Benzinga. And of course, Benzinga is a paid news service. I'm not saying that's exactly what you're getting in IB, but it's pretty darn close. Thing about news is that, a lot of times we get an alert and the stock is just popping, but it's not like you can read the news to determine ahead of time whether you're going to get into the stock. Yeah, do I think it's worthwhile to maybe see why a stock is popping? Yeah, I mean if they come up with some drug that is being well received or something like that, sure, I get it. But if you're to try to time it, reading the news and getting into the trade at the same time as it's moving, it can be very difficult. I see what you're saying. So yeah, it might be a top. What did it get up to? 19? Yeah, I actually got it in 1922. Broke down through the 8 EMA right there on the 5-minute chart. Looks like it's trying to break down through that. Very good. Yeah, Zach, awesome on the short, the EYPT. I'm aware where the VWAP is. If you're asking me, do I have a scan designed around the VWAP? No. I'm aware where the VWAP is, just like I'm aware of where the 200-day moving average is, but I don't have a scan, based on it. Again, that doesn't mean you or anybody else shouldn't. It's just, I'm a very, I'm a very simple style of trading. So for instance, I get an alert, yes, I'm aware where the VWAP is and the 200-day is, yes. But I'm sure there are some in the room, they're using we have some alerts for VWAP. But they do need some volume confirmation. So, the cross above and below the VWAP, and also the distance from VWAP. Don't ask me what these are all anchored VWAPs, which I don't use at all, but the distance from the VWAP 1, which is sort of the main one. So if you wanted to see stocks, if you just wanted to create a top list to see stocks that are near the VWAP, you could do so, maybe anticipating a break. Okay, so if you take a look at this video, the second video goes into a lot of how you can use this Brokerage Plus window. I'm answering somebody in our YouTube room. And how you use it, how you can trade in the simulator, okay? I don't know why your message was retracted, but okay, Sean, maybe you can help him out. All right, guys, Sean is in the room, so I will stop my stream. Oh, it's noon already, okay? I'll stop my stream, Sean. I'll have a good hour. All right, guys, Sean is in the room, so I will stop my stream. Oh, it's noon already, okay? I'll stop my stream, Sean. Have a good hour.
What is happening, my beautiful people? We're going to try something a little different today. Thanks, Barry, for the handoff. Hey, what do you see? Do you see me? Do you see me on camera? How's everybody doing? Hope everybody had a great weekend. I'm Chicago Sean McLaughlin. As Barry said, I'm here to handle the Q&A for the next hour. This is your chance to... Here, let me zoom in here. Can I zoom in, see a little bit more of me? Oh, look at that. This is your chance to ask questions about the software. If you need help getting your feet wet, need help building layouts, need help learning some of the basics, let's cover it. Let's do it. All right, we'll do it together. We'll do it the best we can. My caveat that I always offer at the beginning of these sessions is I don't know the answer to everything, but I definitely know I definitely know enough to be dangerous, and I could certainly point you in the right direction to get the answers that you need. All right, well, enough about me on the big screen. You guys don't need me that big. I'll just kind of zoom out a little bit. So you guys can focus on the software. So what you're looking at here on my platform or on your screen is my trading platform that I use all day, every day. Well, I shouldn't say that. This is the layout that I keep on my screen most of the day. It helps me to keep tabs on the things I like to keep tabs on. Drills into the things that I like to potentially put trades on in. So here we are. So if there's anything on my layout that you have any questions about, then come on in, join me, or ask questions. And I probably should have said this in the YouTube channel. There, you're going to want to hit over to the over there. Yeah, you're going to want to hit over there. I don't know if I'm doing that right. You're going to want to hit the questions panel there in the YouTube channel, in the YouTube box, because that's where I'll see your questions. So any questions you have, throw them in there. And I see Joe Dagger kind of try to jump ahead of the game there, asking about options in some stocks. Joe knows that I'm an options trader. So hi, Joe. What do I think about those stocks? I don't think about them. I'll take a look at them real quick. I mean, just because you own options in these stocks, that doesn't tell me anything. Are they calls? Are they puts? Do you have a spread on? Are you got a delta neutral trade on? I mean, definitely gonna need a lot more color than that. But this isn't really here. I'm not really here to talk about stock ideas here. We're really just this is to help people with the software. So anybody with software questions, come on in. That's what we're going to be covering here. Okay, Michael has a question. Any idea how I can track around breakout numbers? Number breakout. So I think what you're asking is, you want to know when a stock's getting near a whole number, a round number, right? There's a big trade that a lot of people like to talk about, the $100 roll. When a stock gets to 100 for the first time, or when it's approaching 100 for the first time, it acts like a magnet. And once it gets there, then it breaks out even more, or other things. But okay, you want to find how to get a top list. It will show you stocks that are near a round number. So let's do this. I'm going to go in my TI menu bar. I'm going to open up new. I'm going to hit new. I'm going to open up a top list window. And I'm going to hit start from scratch because we're building something from scratch here. And then I'm going to go to my search tab, and this is where all the magic happens. This is where I find all the filters and alerts that I need to help me build what I need to build. Now you're looking for a round number. I don't think it's called round number. I think it's called whole number. No, that's not it either. We do have, what is that called? We do have a filter that will get you near the round number, because I've used it before. Round, whole. I'm just typing in keywords here, see if something pops. No, that's not it. Let me ask the guys here in my company Slack here. They gotta know. What's the filter? I wonder if it's sometimes we get different filter sets if you're in an alert versus a top list. Let me see if it's in an alert window here. Whole. Decimal, that's the one. Decimal is what I was looking for. Okay, all right. Let me tell you guys I found it. Never mind. Decimal. Yeah, so decimal is what you want. So use the decimal filter, add this filter. Then what you're going to do is, if you're looking to get a stock that's near a round number, you're going to put in, let's say, put in 0.99 and max of 0.01. I think that's how that'll work. So if I hit the show me button here, decimals at least 99, decimals no more than 0.0. So that's going to show you a stock that's trading right around the decimal or the whole number. Okay. So Michael, I think that's Michael. I hope that answers your question. Good question. We haven't gotten that one in a while. Excuse me as I sip some coffee. All right. Hi, Pamela. Excuse me, taking liberties with the shorthand of your name. How are you utilizing trade ideas to play options? What types of scans are you utilizing? So here's how I use trade ideas as an options trader to help me trade options. Now, the first thing I'll say is that trade ideas does not have option specific data, right? We don't have implied volatility data. We don't have strike specific data, bids or asks on different calls and puts. We don't have expiration series data. Anything. We don't have any of the Greeks, right? All this stuff that a hardcore options trader would like. But if you're just a simple, you're making directional bets with options, whether you're doing it just by buying straight calls when you're bullish or buying straight puts when you're bearish, or doing some kind of vertical spread, if you are making directional bets with options, then you can use trade ideas in the same way that a stock trader would use trade ideas, okay? Now, I could say for me, I like to make directional bets with options. And so I talked about this last week. I don't know if you were here, Pamela, but because somebody asked me what's my favorite setup. My favorite setup is buying stocks making new all-time highs. I won't bore you on the whole ramble on why that is, but it's just one of my favorite setups. I love buying stocks making new all-time highs. So I've got an all-time highs alert window right here on my screen, and it alerts me when a stock in real time when it makes a new all-time high. Now, just because it shows up on this alert window doesn't mean, oh, time to make a trade. You got to do a little digging, right? So if I pull up the last ticker that showed up here, like this is a perfect example of what I mean. Like here's Liberty Media Corp. Here's the daily chart. Yeah, it's making a new high today, but man, it's been breaking out for the last, 3 weeks here. That's not a trade I want to get into. It's not a stock I want to buy. That's not a stock I want to buy options in. Okay, because I feel like I'm a little bit late to the party. Can it go higher? Of course it can. Of course it can. That's why I love buying all-time highs. But I'm much more interested in this trade on this day, on October 29th or November 1st, when the stock made an all-time high, because that was its first, breaking out of this range it had been in for 2 months, right? When it's making a fresh high, then I'm much more interested. But look, if I'm, as a options trader who likes to make directional bets, I'm looking for something that's going to move for a little while, right? I'm not looking to scalp. I'm not looking to be in and out in the same day. I'm looking to get into something that I'm going to hold for several days or several weeks. And that's why I like buying all-time highs, because stocks that are making all-time highs tend to continue on. I mean, this is a perfect example, right? My ideal entry would have been back on, November 1st. And had I done that, I would have had, 2 weeks of direction of, the trade going in my direction. So, Pamela, I guess the short answer is I use trade ideas the same way a stock trader does, right? I'm just using trade ideas to uncover stocks that are setting up according to my parameters. As a directional options player, I'm just looking for stocks that are moving in the ways that I like them to move. And so I just use trade ideas to find those names just like any stock trader would. Okay? There's no magic here. Like I said, we don't have all the Greeks data. We don't have all that other stuff, implied volatility. And does any of that stuff really matter when you're trying to make a directional bet? Like, do you care what the vega is on an option, on a stock when you're about to buy it? You might, but is that part of the decision process on whether you're bullish or bearish? No, it's not. All right, Barge, tutorials or resource materials about the simulator? That's a great question. We just recently completed, long overdue. We recently completed a trade ideas manual. Like if you really want to go deep, why don't I have the link here? I've got it somewhere. Let me find the link here and I'll put it in the chat window. It's called the user guide. And why can't I find it? All right, let me find it in a different spot. User guide. There it is. Found it. Okay. I'm putting it in this chat panel right now. TI user guide. Now this is like if you really want to nerd out, you want to get into the details of everything within trade ideas, that guide should have you covered, including the simulator. Okay? Andrew Newson, how do I get Barry's scans from the website, please? Well, there's a couple things we could do. In your channel bar, notice on your channel bar here, you got a bunch of channels. If you scroll down, there is a Barry's Windows channel. I don't know if this is what you're asking for. Where did it go? Where'd Barry's Windows go? There, right there, staring at me. Barry's watch list. If you click on this channel, you'll see a lot of the things that Barry's watching. I don't know if this is exactly what you're looking for, Andrew. You know, you might want to just email our team and we'll get that directed directly to Barry, and he might know exactly what you're talking about. I'm not exactly sure which scans you're referring to. I'll put the email in here. The email address is info@trade-ideas.com. Any question at all about trade ideas, and this is for everybody, right? Any question at all that I can't answer or that you think of later, you can send emails to that email address. And in most cases, especially if it's during business hours, you can expect a response very quickly. If it's outside of regular business hours, you know, you might have to wait a night or till the morning, but we'll get you. We'll get you pretty quickly. Pam, do I have a link for the all-time highs? Yeah, I could share my top list for that, or my cloud link. So this alert window here, I'll just share it with you. And guys, this is instructional for everybody, right? If you have a top list or an alert window or a layout that you want to share with a friend who's also a Trade Ideas subscriber, this is how you would do that. You would simply right-click in the window, choose Save or Share to Cloud. Here's the name of it. I could change the name if I wanted, but we'll just call it All-Time Highs. I'll highlight it. It's all good. I'm going to hit Save and Share. It's going to give me this long, ugly URL code. I'm just going to hit Copy All so it's saved to my clipboard. And then I'm going to move over to your chat panel here, Pam. And I'm going to type in here, new all-time highs scan. And there is the cloud link. So for those of you who've never loaded a cloud link before, what you're going to want to do is you're going to right click and save that link in the chat panel, right? You want to, you know, copy and paste it, you know, that whole thing, like either Control C or right click with your mouse and hit copy link. But that's what you're going to want to do. And then you're going to open up a browser. So I'll open up a browser here. Let's go here. So just open up any browser, type in the URL code right there. Oops, that's not what I want. Excuse me. Let's try that again. Let's try that again. Let me minimize this and let's go back here and do this again. Save and share. Copy all. There you go. I'm going to open up my browser. I'm just going to paste it right here in the URL. See it right up here? And then when I hit OK, that's going to launch the code. And you know what? I maybe should have said this in the beginning. This is for people who are copying this code off of YouTube. If you already had the code, the full code, which is right here, all you need to do is just copy that and then go to File in your Trade Ideas menu bar. Go to File, Load from Cloud, paste it in right here, hit load, and boom. I just opened up another instance, but it's right on top of it. But here it is. I've just opened it up. So, Pamela, looks like you understood that. That's great. I probably confused more people than helped people showing them how to open up a cloud link. I'm sorry about that. If anybody needs me to work through that again, I will. All right, so guys, if you missed my preamble there at the beginning, we had more people join us since I first started. For the next 40 minutes or so, I'm doing the live Q&A. I've got no pre-planned content here to talk about. I'm just taking your questions, whatever you got about the software, and I'll do my best to answer it. It's the first time I've done this with my face. Hi, there I am, right? Thought I'd try something new. I just spent literally the entire weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday last weekend, or this past weekend, at an online seminar where I was basically on a huge ass Zoom call with 150 other people for 3 full days, 13 hours a day. And, you know, I just got so used to seeing other people's faces when I'm staring at a computer screen. So I just thought, why not keep the magic going? So here I am. I don't know if this adds anything to anybody. If the look of my face is just ruining it for you, let me know. Maybe we'll take it down. All right, Pamela says she likes it. She could see who she's talking to. Great, great. That was what I was hoping. Okay, Michael, how can I add a stock to a banned list? In parentheses, he's asking, ticker I don't want to see in my list. Okay, great question, Michael. So Michael's saying he's built an alert window, or he's built a top list, and it works most of the time. But occasionally it throws in tickers that I definitely don't want to trade. For whatever reason, maybe it's too cheap. You don't like to trade penny stocks. Maybe it's too expensive. You don't like to trade, the $1,000 stocks like Amazon and Tesla, right? Or any other reasons. You just have stocks that you don't like. And the filters just aren't cutting it for you. Well, if you know what those stocks are, and you want to create a list of those stocks so that they never show up, then here's what you do. You want to create a symbol list. So in your TI menu bar here, go to TI menu bar, and you're going to go to Tools and go to Symbol Lists. Okay? And you'll probably want to create a new list. So you click Create New List, give it a name. We'll use the words you used. We'll call this the banned list. Right, so there we go. Okay, now I've got, it's been added to my list of lists, right? So now what I want to do is once it's in my window here, I just want to highlight it and click Edit List. And then here's where I just start adding the tickers, all right? Tesla, Microsoft, Amazon, Twitter. I'm just come up with tickers off the top of my head, right? Shaw, Airbnb, what's that, BBBY? I don't know. Anyway, you could just keep going down the list, adding the tickers. If it's just a handful, you could do it that way. If you have a long list, thousands of names or hundreds of names, you could insert a file just by following these prompts down here. Load from file, insert from file. Okay, you can try that out. And once you've got that list created, I'm gonna just go ahead and hit OK. Once I've got that list created, and you can see in the banned list, it says 6 next to it. That's how many tickers are in there, right? There's 6 tickers in there. You see, I got some other lists that have more, but I got 6 tickers. So I've got the list created. So that's step 1. Now, excuse me as I take a sip of coffee. Now, if let's say you want in this alert window here, my all-time highs list. Let's say I don't want to be alerted about any of those tickers in that list. Then what I do is I right-click in this window. I go to Configure, just to kind of get under the hood, and this is how we make any changes to any top list or alert window. And then what I'm going to want to do here is across the top, you see there's a bunch of tabs here. See the symbol list tab? I'm going to want to go here. And in the symbol list tab, I'm going to go to the drop down menu and I'm going to choose, oh wait, actually, hold on. Before I do that, I got to get the list showing up in here. I don't have my banned list in here, do I? No. So to add the banned list to this window, I got to go over here and hit Add Existing List. So I click here, and there'll be a whole bunch of lists. Some that are prepackaged by the team here at Trade Ideas. There's a bunch of them, but you'll see the ones I created, and here's one right there, banned list. There it is. I highlighted it, right? Once I clicked on it, then it moved it over here. Now it's in my window. Okay. So now what I want to do is in this drop-down menu, I want to go ahead and choose Exclude from the following lists. So I click that, and then I place a check in the banned list, right? And now I'm good. And once I hit OK, then anytime any ticker from that list either pops up in an alert window, or if this was a top list window, that ticker would be excluded from the results. So, Michael, I hope that answered your question. If you need any more clarification on that, let me know. Happy to help. Looks like it did. All right, great. Sahara, I look so young. Well, thank you. Clean living, my man. I live in Colorado, fresh air, mountains. Got the windows open. It's going to be 70 degrees today. Clean living and coffee. Thank you. I don't always feel so young. Sahar. I hope I pronounced your name right. Okay, A Perfect Circle. How you doing, buddy? Are you a Tool fan? I listened to a lot of Tool when I was in college. That will give you a clue into how old I am, Sahar. I listened to a lot of Tool when I was in college. They were just coming out when I was in college. Okay, anyway, what can you tell me about scanning for positive divergences? RSI making higher lows while Williams... I can't tell you anything about that perfect circle. That's not something I do. That's not something I do. Look, there's two types of traders in this world. There are traders that like to make things complicated, and there's traders that like to keep things simple. I am firmly in the keep it simple camp. So while I am familiar with what RSI is and I reference it from time to time, I will be completely honest with you. I've never used Williams %R. Can't even tell you what it does. But let's see. What can you tell me about scanning for positive divergences? This is what I can tell you about scanning for positive divergences. If you use Trade Ideas and you go to, you open up a new alert window and hit start from scratch, you go over to your search tab. And if you go to the category drop down up here, one of these things that's kind of hiding in plain sight for people. And you go in here, I thought there was a divergences. Maybe there's not. No, apparently there is not. I thought there was. Okay, no worries. Let that roll off my back. My next idea is if you type in divergence, I start typing in divergence, you'll notice we have four, well, this is VWAP related, but positive market divergence, negative market divergence. Now these alerts are going to show you stocks that are kind of zigging while the market's zagging, that kind of thing. This is really all we have out of the box for divergences. Again, perfect circle. Outside of my wheelhouse. And I'll be the first to tell you, I don't know. I don't know. So that is my answer. I can't tell you anything about it. I don't know anything about it. Pam, is there a way to organize in groups the stocks that I like? There is a way, Pam. I'm not sure if this is going to solve your problem. I think it's a good start, though. Here's what I want you to notice. If I go to your channel bar, and if you scroll down, I forget how far, it used to be up near the top, then they moved it right here. Here's a channel called Stocks I Like. All right, so I'm going to bring this up. And you can think of this is kind of like my watch list channel. Okay, now notice this top list down here. It's got my liked symbols. You'll notice a bunch of symbols in here. These are symbols that I have liked in the past, and they're here. How did they get here? They got here because when I looked at a chart, any chart, when I observed a chart, notice in the upper left corner of the chart, see this red heart? That means I've liked this symbol. And by simply activating this red heart, then it will show up in this top list, this my liked symbols. Okay, so let's go to one that's not in here. Let's go to, like, I don't know, Microsoft. Notice how that red heart is no longer red anymore. It's just blank like everything else up there. That's because it's not a symbol I like. If I want to add this to my symbol list of my liked symbols, all I simply do is just go and click that heart, boom, and it turns it red. And now, look, here's Microsoft right here. See it? Now it's right there in my top list. I don't know if it happens that instantly sometimes. The top lists refresh every 30 seconds, so I might just timed it well right before the next refresh, but it might take 30 seconds before it shows up. But that's a great place to find all the symbols that you liked all in one place. Now, if you don't want to use the Stocks I Like channel, that's cool if you don't want to use it. What I would recommend you do, Pam, is come to the Stocks I Like channel, find this top list, and just save it to your cloud, and then open this top list on any other layout, right? So just go here, like anywhere in this window, right click, do save or share to cloud. I'll clean up the name here. I don't need all the numbers in it, but it's called My Liked Symbols. And I'm going to go ahead and hit save. Now this top list is in my cloud. So let's go back to one of my layouts, right? I'll go back to my main layout. I'm going to minimize my brokerage plus window here. And I got all this empty space here. If I wanted to add that My Liked Symbols top list to my layout, now all I got to do is just go into my cloud. There's a My Cloud button in your channel bar right here. I just click on My Cloud. And right there at the top of my list, My Liked Symbols, it's right there because I saved it. Most recently saved is right there in my top list. If I just hit load, boom, it's going to open up on my layout. And I could find a home for it, maybe stretch it out a little bit, you know, whatever real estate I need for it. And if I want it to be here permanently, all I need to do is just make sure I save this layout. Either save it to my cloud or save it locally to my computer. But I'll always now that it's in my cloud, I will always be able to access that top list just by going to my cloud and choosing it, My Liked Symbols. Or if it's not front and center on my screen, I can go in here and just hit search and type in My Liked Symbols and it'll show up there. Now you'll notice I have a number of My Liked Symbols because I've saved over the years, going back to like here's 2018, right? Because you never lose anything in your cloud. Your cloud account has unlimited storage, everybody. Pretty cool, huh? So Pam, I hope that answered that question. Yeah, perfect circle. Whenever you want to nerd out with trade ideas, Michael's your guy. Michael is definitely your guy. He's our resident nerd, and he's proud of it. He wears that badge of honor proudly. You know, Barry's a lot like me. Barry's a kindler, more handsome version of me, a much more patient version of me. But he's a lot like me in the fact that we like to keep things simple. We really do. We have different ideas of what simple means, but Barry and I, our mindsets are like, yeah, let's just keep this simple, man. What is my favorite list or alert? Well, I hinted at this earlier when we were talking about my all-time highs, and I covered this last week for people who already heard this, but I'll get into it again if you want. My favorite, as a swing trader, which I consider myself a swing trader, anytime I'm trading, whether it's stocks or options on a stock, I consider myself a swing trader. I'm putting trades on. I'm trying to hold them for several days or several weeks. If I'm lucky, that means it's going my way. And if I was only allowed to do one kind of setup for the rest of my life, nothing else, the trading god said, Sean, you can only do one thing and one thing only. I would say, all right, trading gods, I got you. I would trade stocks making all-time highs. And here's why. When a stock is making an all-time high, every single person who's holding shares long in that stock, whether you're a trader, whether you're an investor, whether you're an insider, every single person who's holding that stock is making money. Okay? Some might be making more than others. Somebody might have gotten in cheaper, right? Of course. But when a stock prints an all-time high, every single holder of that stock, regardless of their time frame, regardless of their net worth, every single person is making money in that stock. Every single one. And I don't know about you, but people who are making money tend to get complacent, right? If something's working, why mess with it? If I'm holding a stock and every day I look at my brokerage statement and my brokerage statement has more money in it than the day before because of this one stock, I'm not too motivated to do anything, right? So the people who are holding their stock and holding winners, they're just going to sit on their hands and let this thing go. There's no motivation, no reason to do anything. Meanwhile, on the other side of that coin, you got the brave souls who are holding a short position in that stock. There's always short positions in every stock, whether you're trading, a big cap or a small cap. Somebody Might just be a market maker, but somebody is short some shares. Now, some stocks have larger short positions than others, right? Like some stocks that the world is bearish on. There's a lot of people that have put short positions on, betting on prices going lower. But every single person who's holding a short position, when a stock's making all-time highs, guess what? They are losing money. Every single one of them, without a doubt. Every single one of them is losing money. Whether you're Muddy Waters, you know, the activist hedge fund guys, whether you're Goldman Sachs, whether you're a Perfect Circle, whoever you are, if you're holding a short position in that stock and it's making an all-time high, you are losing money. And guess what, guys? The only way you can stop losing money in a stock making an all-time high, yep, Captain Obvious over here. The only way to stop losing money is to buy the stock, to cover your short position. And those people who are losing money day after day after day, are they comfortable? No, they are not comfortable. In fact, they're getting more uncomfortable with each passing minute, with each passing day. And so they are more urgently trying to cover their position or ready to cover their position. And they're going to buy that stock and they're going to fuel that stock even higher. Meanwhile, the long holders are just sitting back, drinking their coffee. Woo, things are great, man. I'm making money every day. Nothing to do here. All the while, the people who are short are scrambling to cover their position. Of course, not even talking about the FOMO crowd, right? The people that are in fear of missing out. Like, they're getting agitated. They're getting excited. Like, oh man, I gotta get into this thing before it really goes. All of that is pushing the stock higher. This is why I love all-time highs, because those dynamics are playing out in real time. It's the greatest show on earth, okay? And there's no overhead supply. When a stock prints a new all-time high, there's nobody up this AMEH that I've got on my screen right now. Stock's trading at 120 right now. There's nobody sitting at 125 looking to unload a position that they've been sitting on for years, losing money, trying to explain to their wives why they're holding on to this dog shit company that ain't making any money, right? And they're just looking to get out and get back to even so they could say, see, it wasn't a big deal after all, right? There's none of that. There's no people waiting to unload. I mean, yes, of course there could be people willing to sell at 125, right? But there's no urgency with those people, right? They might just be taking a little profit off, whatever, it's all good. But there's no overhead, there's no real overhead supply. That's another reason why I love the all-time highs. There's no baggage you need to cut through. Like let's pull up a stock like I don't know. Where does BlackBerry trade at now? What's that symbol? I forget what BlackBerry is. Remember old BlackBerry? There it is. BB, that's what it is. Black BB. Now let's pull up a monthly chart. Just for argument's sake. Pull up a monthly chart. Well, it actually goes even further back. But let's zoom in on this. Monthly chart a little bit. Now, do you think the people that bought up here in this, when they were chasing this stock up, the $20, $25, the people who bought up in this like stupid candle right here, do you think those people would love to get out even if this thing goes up higher again? Do you think they'd love to unload that terrible position that they bought, that they've been sitting on, feeling bad about, kicking themselves, being miserable, depressed about for months? When that stock gets up to 20, do you think they're going to be motivated to sell? Yeah, a lot of them will be. A lot of them will be. That's why I don't like to trade those kind of names. I just love all-time highs. So that was a long-winded riff going back to the original question of what's my favorite trade, and if I was on stuck on Trader Island and and they told me you could only do one trade for the rest of your life. Well, folks, that's what I would do. I would be buying stocks, making all-time highs. Now, does it win every time? No. No, of course not. Nothing wins every time. Nothing wins every time. I know you can go on the interwebs and find some guru saying, hey, come check out my option strategy that wins 98% of the time or 95% win rate. Or stock traders that boast about their 70% win rate. Yeah, that's great. Awesome. But they're not winning every time, right? Nothing wins every time. Nor does buying all-time highs win all the time. But that's where proper risk management comes into place, and proper position sizing and honoring your stop losses. That's the whole psychology thing. That's not really what we're talking about here at Trade Ideas, but that's a whole nother webinar. Barry, I don't know if you hear me, but I see you chiming in there. That you would not ban Perfect Circle. No. It takes a lot to get Barry to ban anybody. I said before, Barry is he's a gentle soul and the most patient guy I know. Takes a lot to rattle Barry. But he does bring that ban hammer down every once in a while. All right, let me catch up on some questions here. Sorry, guys. So Pam wants to keep going down the route about the all-time highs. Cool. I'm happy to do that, Pam. So when you take out an all-time highs trade, you don't use resistance to get out. What's your rule to get out? It's my challenge. I get out too soon or too late because I don't have history to give me guidance. Okay, Pam, that's a great, first of all, great job on being self-aware, right? That's awesome. That's 90% of the game right there. And that's a great question. So how do you get out of stocks that you got in because they're doing an all-time high? Well, I'll start with the caveat that there's no right answer here, okay? What works for me might not work for you. Many of you guys who've been with me here before, you've heard me do the whole riff about filling a room with 100 successful traders, and I promise you they all make money in unique ways. I won't go down that road, but here's what I do. First of all, I accept the fact that I'm never going to sell the top, okay? Get that out of your head, that you're going to sell the top. Not going to happen. Have I sold the top before? I've gotten pretty damn close before, but it rarely happens. And by the way, when it happened, it was by accident. I certainly was not planning on it. It was just absolutely lucky. Totally lucky that I got out near the top. I will never, I don't want to say never, but I will rarely get out at or near the top, nor am I trying to. When I'm buying all-time highs, I'm a swing trader, right? I'm looking to hold the stock for the duration, for a good move, right? I mean, if I can get into a position, hold it for several months, that makes me happy because that means it's working. Because I've been trailing a stop loss below it all the way. What's my trailing stop loss? Well, there's a lot of schools of thought on that. A lot of people use like an average true range, like 2 times the average true range off of the all-time highs as a stop. A lot of momentum people do that. That's great. Highly recommend it. Maybe use a 4 times ATR, that kind of thing. Some people use moving averages, like when a stock breaks its 50-day moving average, that's when they get out. That's fine too. Me, I'm a little bit, I'm more visual, so there's no math or science to what I do. Let me change this to a daily chart. For me, I'm looking for, as a technical chartist, but I consider myself an amateur technical analyst. But I'm very visual, and I'm just looking, when a stock's making an all-time high, I'm looking for a stock to break any obvious near-term support. So, for example, here's this LYV. This is the position I'm in. Well, this is a simulated trader. Okay, let's not get carried away. Simulated trading, but I got into this to demo how we swing trade using Brokerage Plus. But anyway, here's a stock I've been in for a while. I used to have the date on here. I'll have to add that later, but it's a stock I got into several weeks ago, and it's been going my way. In fact, we had a big breakout just recently, right? Stock's going great. And then it kind of pulled back for a week or so. And it seems to have perhaps put in a little footing right here around 110. So, and I'm going to actually do this right now. I'm going to drag my stop loss, or I'm going to move my stop loss order to right there. If that level breaks, that tells me that perhaps the momentum is over. Now notice I'm not going to get out at the top. I'm not going to get out anywhere near the top. The top's up here, right? But I'm looking for confirmation that the trend has ended. So that tells me if we break that low from Friday, that's a good sign of the trend has ended. Let's pull up a different ticker, get a different idea. Okay. You know, I got to zoom out. That's part of the problem here. So here's a stock I've been in for a while. Been in since, I think I got in right around there on early October, first week of October. Mucked around for a while, didn't really do anything, but boom, in the last 3 weeks, it's finally starting to work. Well, for me, I'm looking at that chart and saying, okay, well, I think maybe this area right here looks like, we had a little pullback and we found some support. That to me feels like a good place to move my stop loss order. So I'm going to move it up there. If this thing comes back down and breaks below there, that's a pretty sure sign to me that the trend is over, or at least temporarily over. So Pan, that's what I'm looking for. I'm just looking for obvious levels of support to lean against. I don't have any math on it. There's a lot of smart people that use a lot of smart math. I used to be one of those. I used to manage a small hedge fund that traded commodities, and it was very rules-based. And every trade, there was rules in it. And my stop loss was based on a rule. Okay, it was based on an average true range thing that I hinted at earlier. But some people, if it's a 20-day low, that's your exit. If it crosses the moving average, that's your exit. Pam, you got to experiment and figure out what works best for you. There's no right answer here. There's no right answer. It's just whatever works for you. All right, but that's how I do it. A little insight into how I do it. I'm looking for obvious levels of support where I would be proven that the trend has ended. All right, let's see what else is here. Well, we're not really here to talk about stocks per se, but I'll pull up this surf here since you asked about Sahar, short squeeze potential. No, this is not a stock that I look at for short squeeze potential, and here's why. See the daily chart here? This stock has been down for about 2 weeks, right? This is a daily chart we're looking at. For 2 weeks, it's been down. And I got a, what is this? This is the simple moving average right here, 200-day moving average. And I got a 50-day moving average right here. I mean, this stock's already been down. The trend is down. Could it get short squeezed? Of course. I mean, if you see on my screen here, I got short float showing right here. 8% of the people who hold, or 8% of the float of the outstanding shares of this stock are held in short positions. 8%, 8.5%. That's not nothing. That's important. But I don't know. A short squeeze happens when a stock's making relative highs, because that's when people start getting panicky. People who are holding short positions in surf right now, they've had a couple of good weeks. They are those complacent position holders, like those all-time high holders we were talking about earlier. These are the guys who are sitting back, drinking their coffee, not a care in the world, because the position's going their way. There's no urgency here. A short squeeze happens when people are scared about losing money in their short position, because when you're holding a short position, your losses are theoretically unlimited. You have the potential for theoretically unlimited gains, or unlimited losses, excuse me. If you're short a stock that's $10, like what happened in GameStop, right? GameStop was a $10 stock, and then all of a sudden, the whole meme thing started happening about a year ago, and all those people that were short, they were watching as GameStop, I mean, let's pull up the chart here. They were watching as it traded up to $250 a share. I think it even went even higher. Let's do a weekly chart here. Time frame, weekly chart. There you go. I mean, could you imagine? Let's zoom in here. Zoom in. Okay, scroll over. Why can't I get over? There we go. Could you imagine last January holding a short position in GameStop when it was trading at $10 a share, $20 a share, and then watching this thing go to $500? Look at this green candle right here. It went up to almost $500. Do you know what was happening to anybody holding a short position in that stock? they were getting wrecked in ways that we can't even comprehend. And why? Because that stock was making high after high after high. I mean, these were like multi-decade highs at this point, and they're all getting wrecked. So, short squeezes tend to happen in stocks that are making highs, right? They don't happen in stocks that are in long-term downtrends. All right, Barij, I apologize if I'm butchering your name here, but let me read your question. I'm very new. Welcome. And I only want to learn day trading for now. Is there any chat room dedicated to day trading strategies here rather than becoming overwhelmed? Well, stay right here in this YouTube channel. Stay right here. My boy Barry will be taking this channel back over here in 10 minutes. This channel right here at this address, this YouTube address you're at, all trading day long while the market is open. We're live streaming, and it's Barry in the live trading room. Barry is a professional trader trading with real money, using Trade Ideas software to guide his every decision in the markets. So you get to basically look over his shoulder and learn what he does. And you can hear him talking just like you can hear me talking. He talks through the trades he's looking at, the trades he's putting on, his exits. He's talking through all of it. And you can ask him questions. Now, he's got a lot of people in the trading room. We simulcast the trading room here on YouTube. But between YouTube and the trading room itself, he's got 800 people in there. So he's not going to answer every question. He can't possibly answer every question, but he does a really good job of answering questions when he can. But just learning by osmosis, just watching how he goes through his day and how he thinks through his trading. I mean, oh, did I mention it's free? There's a lot of trading. There's a lot of YouTube stars out there that would gladly charge you money to teach you how to trade. But Barry, you could watch him for free. Why not? So Barij, hope that helps. And you can always come into these live Q&As. We do these every trading day at noon Eastern for 1 hour, where we give Barry a break. And some of us from the team come in, like myself on Mondays. We get Michael on Tuesday, Steve on Wednesday, Jamie on Thursday, Andy on Friday. Chris Farley pitches in every once in a while to give somebody a break. But we come in every day and answer questions. So if you got questions about the software, which I feel like we haven't answered a whole lot of questions about the software today, which is fine, whatever. But if you need any help building a layout, creating a top list, whatever your question is, no answer, no questions too small. Come in and we'll walk you through how to do it. But you know what? Let me give you a little link here, Barij, before we get off that topic. I have a little link that's what we call the 20 lessons page. We call the 20 lessons in 20 days. I'm going to put it up here. I'm going to type it in the chat window. 20 lessons. These are great little bite-size little lessons, 20 of them, to get you up and running on the platform. You can read through it in just a couple of minutes. There's like a little video that goes along with them. There's no audio in the videos. It's just kind of showing you what it looks like on the screen, what we're talking about. And that's good for everybody, guys. If you're new here and you're overwhelmed, a good place to start is right there on the 20 lessons link. A lot of lessons there. Covers a lot of the basics to get you started. Okay. Oh, perfect circle. I missed your question up there. All TI traders are great equally. Maybe. But if all of you were to have a trading competition for 1 year, who would you place your bets on to win? Well, that's a loaded, I mean, am I included in that? Because I'd bet on me, right? I'd bet on me. I'd be the winner. Now, if you asked, Steve or Jamie or Michael, they'd probably laugh and they'd say, no, me, I'm the winner. Yeah, I couldn't tell you. Although a sneaky good trader at Trade Ideas, he doesn't do these live Q&As, but he's our Chief Technical Officer, Dave Mabe. Sneaky good trader. You could follow him on Twitter, dmabe. I don't know, he doesn't tweet too much about what trades he's in, but you can engage with him. Is it D Mabe or Dave Mabe? Hold on. Let me check it out. I don't want to send you down. Don't want to send you down a rabbit hole. Is it D Mabe? It's Dave Mabe. That's his Twitter handle. I'll put it in here. Dave Mabe. You know what? If I had to put my money on anybody other than me, my money's on Dave Mabe. That's our chief technical officer. Say hi to him. If you're on Twitter, say hi to him. He's a great guy. One of the great, I mean, everyone at Trade Ideas is a great guy and great girl, but he's one of the best, for sure. Yeah, Aya says Andy. Andy's, look, Andy's great. We've all been trading since the 90s, all of us. So we all have a lot of skin in the game. A lot of battle scars to prove it. Andy's a great trader too. I'd let Andy run my hedge fund. All right, folks, so we're starting to close in on the end of the hour here. I got about 6 minutes left to hang out with you. So if you're sitting on any questions about the software that we haven't dug into, please throw it in there. Throw it in there. Let's see if we can get it tackled. So we'll call this the first last call for questions. I hope having this video, having my screen, having my face on the screen. Whoa! Look, my hair's out of control. I hope having me on the screen wasn't too distracting for you. So far, the feedback seems to be all right. So maybe we'll stick with it. Trying to add a face to the name. You know what I mean? Oh, Barish, I got your name perfect. Wonderful. Thank you. No, thank you. Thanks for letting me know. Nothing worse than pronouncing a person's name wrong. My name is Sean, spelled S-E-A-N. You would think that most people know how to pronounce my name, but there's a few idiots out there that like to say scene. And I'll never get it. I'll never get it. They make me mad. There's actually one weatherman. He's a weatherman in Arizona. In fact, he's got my name, my full name, Sean McLaughlin. That's his name. And he's got the Twitter handle, Sean McLaughlin. He's been squatting on it for years, and it makes me mad because I want it. But he goes by Scene. He's killing our name. His parents should be ashamed of themselves. Have they never heard of Sean Connery? Sean Penn? All the famous Seans out there. There's no famous Scenes out there. Come on, man. Ridiculous. Anyway. All right, guys. So last call for questions here. And then if I got no more, we'll be passing you back to Barry here in just a few minutes. And Barry will take you home. Take you home in the trading room for the rest of the day. Which, oh, by the way, more than just Barry. After hours now. We're calling it After Hours with Chris. What do we call it? We call it Late Night with Chris? What do we call that? At the Close. We're calling it At the Close with Chris Varley. Chris Varley's been taking over the YouTube stream after Barry at the end of the day, towards the market close, to just answer more questions. Chris will take your questions, man. He'll kind of go over the market, see what he's seen in the markets, but he'll also take questions. So just more avenues for you guys to get more help. Look, we understand. Software is complicated. First time you see any software, whether it's Trade Ideas or your brokerage platform, it's all complicated, man. There's a lot of bells and whistles, and Trade Ideas is no different. So we get it. You're not going to figure it all out on day one, nor should you. You got to kick the tires. You got to play around. You got to make mistakes. But then you got to come in here and ask questions, and that's how we get there. You're trying to bait me into talk about the Bills. The Bills won this week. What else can I say, man? Quiet confidence. Quiet confidence. There's nothing to say. Yeah, I know. You're waiting for the big Bills-Pats showdown, and we'll see who's talking after that. I'm not taking the bait, Aya. All right, I'm going to ping Barry here and see if he's about ready to take over because I'm not seeing any questions. So let me just see if Barry's just about ready and I'll let him know. see. No, a perfect circle, that's not the best way to spam email, to spam Michael about a positive divergence. A perfect circle, you just give him everything you want. Give him as many details as possible. Get it to him. If you've got his email address, great. You really just send it to info@tradeideas.com. info@trade-ideas.com. That's the best way to send that email, because if Michael can't get it, or someone else might get to it faster. All right? So it's not something we like to get in the habit of doing, but look, guys, if you're stuck and you're trying to build a scan and you feel like you're doing everything right, but it's coming out all wrong, send an email to info@trade-ideas.com. Give us all the details that you can. If you've already made an attempt at it, share the cloud link with the team. Say, hey, this is what I've got, and this isn't working right. What am I missing? You know, no promises that they'll solve your problem. Good chance they will. But put that question in there, and we'll put our heads together and we'll get after it. It might be Michael that answers it for you. It might be somebody else. A lot of smart people here at Trade Ideas. I'm not one of them. I don't consider myself one of the smart guys here, but there's a lot of smart guys here. All right, folks, Barry is locked and loaded. He's ready to go. So I am going to pass this stream back to Barry. Thanks for hanging out in the live Q&A. Come on back every trading day, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. If it's not me, it'll be one of the other guys on the team. We rotate throughout the week. So it's always a great place to get your questions answered. So I'm going to pass it back to Barry now. Have a great trading day. Have a great trading week. I will see you next time.
Okay. Makes sense? So the position in lifetime range, if you put 100, that stock will basically be at an all-time high. If you want to see stocks that are just not quite at an all-time high, you could put, say, the max at 98%. You know, so if you wanted to see stocks between 2 and 5% of their lifetime high, you know, you could put a min here, 95, and a max here at 98. You know, you can play around with this, but if you definitely want to see stocks at their lifetime high, put 100 here. Well, Nuva was halted earlier because of volatility. I don't see any news on it. But I do see some, is this called Globus? Yeah, so there was some news on that. I suppose Globus Medical is said to make an early takeover approach for Nuvasiv. So there is that news. So that's why it spiked, I guess. But it was halted because of volatility. But if you look at the news, not our news probably. Yeah. But, you know, IB's news, that's what it says. Okay, there's the news. Now, CGC, look at this. Cannabis plays were all ripping higher in the pre-market. Or not ripping, but they were moving higher in the pre-market. Market opens, and let's take a look at Tilray. So I find them extremely difficult intraday type trades, but I guess if you believe that the US is going to be relaxing cannabis laws, you know, across the entire country, not just state by state, Yeah, look at the option. Yeah, 22,000 contracts. That is, it's not so, it's, I mean, obviously I need a minimum. Minimum has to be 2,000 for it to meet my filter requirements, but it's the 35 times normal. That's the key. I mean, when a stock is having abnormal option activity, it's going to, I'm not, do they all have to go higher? Of course not. But you definitely want to be aware of it, in my opinion. Just another way people ask me, why do I use that if I don't trade options? Well, it's just another way of looking at stocks that are having lots and lots of momentum, rather than just pure relative volume. Dak, you are back, or here. I don't know if you're back, but yeah, Crix is a little bit on the move here. Nice little break out of here. Ija, thank you, Ija, for letting me know that you guys can hear me now. And where are you, Perfect Circle? I know you always give me a jab. I don't ban you from any. If I can build a scan for you, I will. I'm never going to say don't use it. You shouldn't be looking at that. But we don't have Williams as an example, so it's not a matter of. I have no problem. People want to build different scans from where I like to trade. That's fine. As long as you can make money doing it. Of course, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. You may ask, this is, you mean the scanning prop? You're in a Trade Ideas trading room, so it's called Trade Ideas. And if you want to get an idea about what it is, here's my homepage link. And if you click on my homepage link, one of the sections is the education. And if you click on the education section, the 20 introductory lessons, that will show you what the basic features of Trade Ideas are, okay? Well, we're not a broker. Neeraj, number one, we're not a broker, we're a scanner. So you need a broker in order to use us to trade. Thinkorswim is a broker. I know they've got some scanning and all that, but we're a scanner. We're not a broker. I mean, you can create just about any scan within reason that you're looking for using our filters and alerts. Yeah, this is, wow, Bone Biologics. Okay, so that got halted. And let's see what it might open at. No clue yet. No clue whatsoever. There it is. There's the halt at 409. So there's really no clue where it's going to open yet. No, that's okay. That's okay. That's why we're here, to answer questions like that. So it got halted at what, 12:56, 21. So yes, you're right. It's probably going to be at least, actually it'll be more. Longer than a 10-minute halt. There was a halt at 12:56. So we're already at 107. So this might be at least a 15-minute halt. 112.21. We'll have to see. I'm sorry, 111.21. We'll have to see. Now, are you new to trading, Niraj? The three-line strike. I know, Mike, they were working on something like that. I have a. Let me see if we get an alert. I'll probably be able to tell you. I don't use the Market Explorer very much, but let me just see what it looks like. Three-line strike. Let's go long, and let's see the alert you get. Now, again, this looked like it's at the open. Okay, everything is at the open. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what it's looking for. It might be looking for something like this. What time was it? I have to look at a daily chart probably. I don't know if it's looking for something that like three lines down and then a break above. No, that can't be it. Best bet is to ask. Oh, I'll ask. See, one of the other traders knows. Well, it'll definitely be candles. There's no question it'll be candles. But what does it mean? I don't know, because I mean, I'm looking here. I thought maybe it was 3 bars down and then a break above, but no, because we had the alert at 40. I'm assuming that's the alert, 40.38. Maybe not. Just don't know the time of the alert. It's possible that, you know, the alert would have been here. Anyway, I will. I've asked the question, but it looks like. Yeah, that doesn't tell me anything. That's just telling me what it opened at. All right, so you know what you should do, Niraj? If you click on my website link, just a minute. I think maybe I'm getting an answer here. No, not yet. One of the sections in the trading section. Okay, so again, if you click on my homepage link, go to the education section, click here, where it says click here, and then if you scroll almost to the bottom, see where it says back to basics? It's a great little video series, okay? If you're just starting out, probably take a look at this. This will give you a good introduction to trading. Okay? They're very short videos, but I mean it gets as basic as what is a stock, introduction to charts and candlesticks, etc. Okay? If you're brand new to trading, I would really suggest you take a look at that. Yeah, so right now, I mean, we don't do any research so much. I mean, are we aware of news? But if you're talking about fundamental research, you know, certainly for intraday trading, you know, it doesn't matter, honestly. I mean, because you can look at some stock that is horrible, beaten up, is losing money, looks like it's going to go bankrupt, okay? And then all of a sudden, for whatever reason, it's having its day. So if you did, you know, fundamental research, you know, you probably, and you wouldn't touch that stock if you're looking to swing it, I guess. But on an intraday basis, for whatever reason, you know, traders are looking at it. So yeah, downtrend reversal. So it's looking for a downtrend reversal. Look at Blink, guys. Look at BLNK. Huge volume just came in. BLNK. Engulfing candles on steroids. That's what, okay, so it's looking for a down. Oh, here we go. Who asked the question? This is the explanation. Continuation group of candles that has 3 in the direction of a trend, followed by a final candle that pulls back to the start point. That's all I can do. That's the best I can do. And of course, you have the downtrend, and then you have the uptrend, ones that are moving down. Where's Becca? Yeah, somebody else said hello to you. Just a minute. Okay, so we don't tell anybody what to buy or sell, okay, Niraj? I mean, the only thing that comes, and I want to call it close, is the AI, okay? The AI is, and it's got nothing to do with options, okay? Zero to do with options. But the AI has an entry price, has a stop price. How you're going to manage the trade will be on your own, okay? We're not saying you must take the trade right here. Every time you see an alert, I never do that. You know, I will always click on an alert and then check the chart to see what it looks like, see how much room it might have, if it wants to keep running, things like that. But we don't scan for options either. So we don't tell anybody what to buy or sell. These are all, the program is called Trade Ideas, and these are ideas. But these ideas are sort of mapped out, you know, with a potential entry and a stop. So you can see right there, if you got into laser right at 2010, you'd be up 9.5%, 9.4%. These are percentages. And of course, these are going to move all day long as the stock moves up and down. But this is not, there's not me or anybody else who's going to say, take this trade right now. And as far as options are concerned, I have something called unusually strong options volume, okay? All it's doing is just looking at stocks that are having an abnormal option trading day. You know, a big increase in the number of contracts normally that are traded. And so that's why we see these stocks here. I trade the stock though. I mean, and again, have I taken every trade? Of course not. Shouldn't say of course not. Because I'm moderating a room, I can't concentrate as much as maybe I should. But on individual alerts that I get. But I am trading though. When I do trade, it's the underlying, it's the stock. I don't trade options. But there are people in the trading room that say this can help them trade options too. Because I mean, you're zeroing in on stocks with, having an abnormal option day. But it's not going to talk about strike price and deltas and all the Greeks. It's not going to talk about anything like that. Yeah, this is an extended halt. I'm just trying to see if there's any news coming in. I don't see any news for BBLG. Yeah, definitely an extended halt. So we are now, what time is it now? 13:17. So it's more than a 20-minute halt. So it's more than a 20-minute halt. Boy, this is a long halt, yeah. Yeah, I'll tell you where you can take your big bowl of poutine. Okay, guys, let's see what else is happening now. I'm just looking at some of my alerts. Not getting anything. Make sure my sound toggle wasn't off. So I'm not getting anything new right now. So I did get an alert to as a potential short for SOHU from the option scanner, the one on the way down. 1957 is the 200-day moving average. And ABVC just halted. I just got the little crack of the bat. There's ABVC just halted. What's the 11 million in the float? So this could do just about anything when this resumes. Yeah, I mean, I see 379.6. So I mean, I don't know what to make of that yet. I see 6, but I don't. I see 379.6. I'm sure this will disappear. There's the halt. And of course, typically these halts are 5 minutes long, but there's no, that's not a hard and fast rule. I would say at least 90% of them are 5-minute halts due to volatility. And this can kind of give you a bit of a gauge about where it may open. But of course, over the course of 5 minutes, this can really change. And this is just, again, this is Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. All right, guys, let's see, ABVC, has that changed at all yet? Well, now I do, no, it's still the same, 379.6. I refuse to believe that 6 will be remain there. I may be wrong. I almost joined you on that one, Dak, on the Crex. I almost joined you. It did have room, but I'm not sure what prevented me. Now, here's another one that could start moving down again, guys. It's a butterfly. It was an earnings play. It's an all-time low. I mean, obviously the all-time low is down here. This is looking at daily charts, okay, previous days. So, but obviously this is the all-time low for BFLY. But it looks like it's trying to move down a little bit. It's an earnings play, and boy, it just got hammered down. In the pre-market, I did perfect circle. Yes, just before the market opened. Why? Because I didn't want to get nailed by that stupid uptick rule. So yes, but it didn't. I actually it worked out very well, but briefly. I did not. I should have been paying more attention right around here to get back in, but yeah, we talked about that. We had three of them. We had three of them in the pre-market. Butterfly, OTLY, and TLS. They were all three earnings plays, gapping down to all-time lows. So I'm kind of glancing at drug. I have this one thumbnailed on another chart, on my thumbnail charts. Kind of see if it can take out. It's a long ways from that, but there goes ABVC. Let's see what it opened at. Yeah, so it didn't come close to 6, but hey, still a nice little gap up. ABVC. Yeah, I refuse to believe it was going to gap to 6. Well, I do have shorts available, but I'm a little wary doing it right now. That's the first. That's just the first halt. Love this. Well, not for you. You're already short, but I mean, if it popped through here again and it then got halted. Okay, so now it did pop over 4 in a big way. Okay, BBLG just resumed. What are you doing? BBLG just resumed after that long halt. So it got halted at 409, and when it opened, or it got up to 581 before it pulled back. And halted again. BBLG halted again. Okay, now this is getting more interesting. As a short, the ABVC, it's not, it looks like it doesn't want to get over 4 again. Let's just wait. I want to wait and see. Because look at the room it's got. I'm not saying it's going to get all the way back down here, but you got to be careful. See the volume. I mean, there was the big volume push when it came out of the halt. Right here. The volume has dried up so far. Still hanging around 4 though. All right, well, let's see if it's going to hold under 4 now. Just watching, well, not watching, I'm in it, guys, but if it even touches 4, I'm gone. I'm talking about the short ABVC. If it even touches 4, I'm gone. Yeah, I should, that we had that one day we were all looking at warrants and I kind of not forgot about it, but as Zach is pointing out that we've got a halt in BBLG, but the warrants are still trading. All right, now I'm just concentrating on the ABVC. Again, if it anywhere close to 4, I'm out. Well, I can always get back in. I wish it. That was only the first halt. I kind of was hoping for one more pop and then a halt, because then the third halt is usually the one that kind of fails. But okay, just need that ass to catch up to that bid. Maybe I can induce it down a little bit. Yeah, like that. Cat and mouse here, guys, at $4 approximately. Cat and mouse for the ABVC. Oh man, just watching it. Come on, either get me out of the trade one way or the other. Hopefully the right way. Okay, now, yeah, he's gonna need that ass to catch up to the bid. Come on, get down into the 70s. No, I've already said I am short ABVC, okay? You don't have to see how many shares or what else I'm doing. I'm short ABVC. That is personal. You're asking me, do I do after hours or pre-market trades? I did a pre-market. I do some pre-market trades. I don't do too many after-hour trades. About a month ago, I was maybe a month and a half ago. I was doing a few more after-hour trades, but by the time I've done all this all day long, I'm basically spent. I don't need. But I will do, like I took a pre-market trade today in the Otley short. Well, I don't really have a target. I mean, I can look left and I can see the next low looking left is 371. I'm just kind of, following how it's trading. I mean, look, it came from all the way down here. I'm not saying it's going to get there, so I don't have a target so much. But I'm in at 394, on the short. And if I have a 6 cent stop, I did not want to let it get over 4. So if I double that, I'd like to make at least a 1 for 2, but I'm not going to be crazy. So, I'm almost right there. The bid ask is 382 or 384. If it gets into the 70s, then I'll be at a true 1 for 2 on a risk reward. But listen, if it pops up right now, I'm out. I'm just going to... It's just not as dynamic as I was hoping it to be. I wanted to see an utter collapse by now, but... Is there any news on BBLG? I didn't see any news. Nope. Now, I don't know how old this is. They're talking about earnings per share 17 down from 14. This seemed to hit at 12.58. So I don't know if they've actually released earnings or something like that. We don't have anything on them for earnings. All right, there we go. Little move into the 70s. See, this is what I'm seeing. But I don't know. I don't exactly know. I mean, I don't know if this is really today. I mean, it says November 15th, but I don't know if they just released this information. I really don't know. And Zach is saying of a 10Q filing. So you can see that for me, and I'm not, this is not disclosing anything personal, but if I were risking $100 on that what is it, ABVC trade, if I were risking $100 on the trade with a 6-cent stop in at 394, so I would take myself out at 4, I could have 1,600 shares approximately. Okay, 1,600 shares times 6 cents is approximately $100. So that's how that works. So obviously if you were risking $200, you could have taken 3,200 shares. I'm not saying that, people, if you're new, that's maybe too many shares, even though, because if something like this could really pop through. Okay, that's the only issue. But I'm just trying to tell you or explain to you how you can share size yourself based on your entry and your stop and how much you're willing to risk dollar-wise on the trade. Well, that's what I mean. I'm just using that as an example. Okay, 3,200 shares, that would be if you were risking $200. I'm just using it as the example. On something like this, though, that can zip right through your potential stop. But I'm just trying to explain sort of the mechanics of it. Whew. Let's see, one more leg down into the 50s maybe. I mean, again, guys, it's all about risk reward. I mean, so if I've got a 6-cent stop at 394, you can, hopefully you guys can do some quick math. You can see what that risk reward factor is. So so 12 cents would be 1 for 2, 18 cents, 24 cents, off 94. You guys can hear the rain in the background, man. How do you change on a chart? on a chart. So I'm assuming you made, how do you change symbols on a chart? So left click on the chart you want to change, okay? Left click. And then, most of the time, all you have to do is start typing. If you start typing, the change symbol box should show up. And then you just click change or hit enter on your keyboard. Okay? So let me know if that worked for you. So just left click on the chart you want to change and then just start typing. All right, guys, so I've covered some at that 360 mark. I've covered some at 360 from 394. Hey, Barige, did that work? Or Barry J, did that work? If when you left click on it, okay, good. Sometimes, I was just going to say, sometimes when people left click on the chart and they start to type, nothing happens. If that happens, and I don't know why, but certain computer configurations, if you hit the space bar, then the change symbol box pops up. Okay, I cannot tell you why that happens. So I'm not short this one. I shorted the ABVC. Not short the BBLG. There must have been shorts available earlier, I guess, real. Because there are none now at Interactive Brokers. Maybe obviously there were some earlier. Or you're just giving him or you're just putting that out for everybody. Excuse me, the fib levels. Oh, I see. They're still filling even though, okay. So here's an earnings play, guys. A little earnings play. FREY, obviously. A EV play. Okay, actually, I'm wrong. This is a... Oh, no. Okay. So this was a Lusa. So this, they started trading here. This was a merger, I guess, with this Lusa, so it became Frey. And earnings, didn't see anything. Why? Look at the pre-market action for FREY, nothing. So it did not see this in the pre-market at all. To make sure all the windows are closed. All right, guys. Yeah, in a while, in a while, crocodile. Okay, real. We'll see you tomorrow. All right, guys. I'm just kind of waiting on this ABVC to see if it has another big collapse down into the low 50s. What a monster all-day short after the beautiful alert from the option scanner for EYPT. You know, from here. I mean, look at the 15-minute chart. Hardly any action upwards. EYPT. Holly's actually done very well today. Full Penguin had a long on laser LAZR right here at 2010. There's the price now. Had a short on TGTX right here at 2840, got all the way down to 26. Had a nice little, you got to trade them, but I mean, had a nice VVNT, 1117, the alert got up to 12. So yeah, there were some really good ones from the AI today. Last week was very quiet, very, very quiet last week. Got some stop outs though, you know, had some stop outs, but boy, if you just concentrate on the ones that were moving, if you're into, especially going long. Another one that was pretty good for a while was PubM. You know, I mean, there's the alert. You got, you know, at what, 39.94. You got to trade them though. I mean, you got up to 42.28. I mean, that's a great move before it came back down. So. Okay, this might be over the ABVC. I'm just going to give it a little bit more time before I close out my entire position. And again, I'm short the ABVC from 394. And again, I should be paying a lot more attention to my, on the short side, the option scanner. Unusually strong options on the short side. I know I talked about this Sohu. I think it was right at the 200-day moving average, 1957. Now you can see it's below it. There's that green line on the daily chart. There it is, and moving down. But I would not have taken this trade unless it really broke that 200-day. All right, well, we're getting another move into the 50s for the ABVC, so let's just see. I saw you guys talking about the TRT. Yes, great short. So guys, you can kind of see what some in the room look for. They look for these ones that kind of go, not kind of, they go parabolic on the way up and they kind of stall, and then they say, well, I'm going to short it. And these falls can be even more powerful than the moves up. That's what you want to see. So here's the corrects. This is in the simulator. Okay. So I mean, this rarely is going to happen, but where I got out in the simulator was literally right at the high of the day. Okay. That's why the max PNL I could have made was 360, and that's what I did. That very rarely are you going to see that. More importantly, though, where I did get out, it is now 53 cents underneath, which is what you want to see. You can say to yourself, great, what a great exit. Or that EYPT continues down. Just can't chase it. I mean, this would not surprise me if it actually went negative. After, like say, it closed on Friday at 14.08. Pre-market, it got up to 22. What a short. Holy smokes, what a short. All right, let's take a look at what the market. Actually, let's take a look at the indices. If you guys remember what they look like, not the indices, but the major ETFs. Kind of remember what they look like in the pre-market. Let's see if there's any massive change. Yeah, because technology was up around 83%. Energy was 50-50. So what these percentages refer to in relation to Friday's close, for instance, energy, 86% are above Friday's close, as an example. That's what that means. But when we looked pre-market, it was more 50-50. Technology was around 80%, so technology is starting to drift, and you can see right there. There's NAS, of course, which is technology laden. But look at consumer staples. I mean, almost 100% of the stocks are up. Healthcare, look at this. Only 30% or 29% are up from Friday's close, as an example. This is quite a difference from what we saw in the pre-market. A gap down scanner. Are you talking about the 10-day? 10-day daily breakdown? You're taxing my a few weeks ago. It's going to be, I'm not sure. You'd have to give me more information. I mean, I've got, going to my homepage, You know, I mean, I've got gap up shared, gap down shared. I'm sharing these. I don't know if that's it. Are you talking about the gap continuation or reversal? Are you okay? Again, are you talking about the? If this is what you're talking about, so Real turned us on to this, the 10-day daily breakout and the 10-day daily breakdown. Okay, okay, it's here. I'm sharing it. But I made modifications for my style. Okay, I added some filters. Okay, but there it is. 10-day daily breakout, 10-day daily breakdown right here. You can find my homepage from my tab here, Barry's homepage tab. There's the link. And then just go to the scan section. Now, what you'll get is this, okay? This is the don't repeat version. I always like to have a don't repeat version side by side because it lets me know when the when the time of the first alert was. What did it do? And then I can look and say, okay, this is what it did afterwards. So in order to do that, all you have to do is take for instance, if you wanted the don't repeat, that's what the DR stands for. All you have to do is duplicate the window. So I'll break this out just to show you. And others, of course. So here it is. And this is for virtually, well, any alert window at all that you create. So you duplicate the window. Okay, so now it's duplicated. And then I just choose, right click, properties, and then don't repeat. And then this is a drop down menu. So when I check don't repeat, I have my choice. Don't repeat the symbol for 1 minute, 5, 15, 30, or for the entire day. And that's what I do. I say okay. So now this would not be repeated again. Now again, you know, obviously I had the alert a lot earlier than this. And then you just give it a name. You know, change the name to say, and that's why I call it DR. I know that means don't repeat for me. All right, guys, again, I'm just biding my time now with ABVC, see if it can just continue moving down. You can see this PHAS, I'm not going to short it, but I mean, it's almost at an all-time low, only 4% above. All these position and range filters that I have here in my single stock window. Of course, your single stock window can look any way you want. This is what I like to see. These are just filters. You can add whatever sort of filters you want. But this is great. You know, it just tells me at a glance what the heck is happening. So the position and range refers to the day. So for instance, where it says 6.9%, that means it's only 6.9% above the low of the day. That's what that means. Position and lifetime range, it means it's only 4.2% above, you know, its lifetime range. As an example. So at a glance, you can kind of tell what the heck is happening without even looking at a chart. I did not see the news for PHAS. No, okay, pivotal data for antiplatelet. Okay, so obviously not good. Announces interim results, so obviously not good. Though it looks like the initial reaction was, all right, not too bad, and then reality sets in and there's your collapse. Okay, so this is why we always say you should manage the trades on your own, okay? So look at laser as an example. LAZR, we had an alert at 2010. I mean, it's still up 6.5%. But look what has happened, okay? We're getting a sell-off now. And yet, in theory, the AI is not out of the trade. It's not out of the trade, you know? And we're always saying, manage the exits on your own. You will maximize your gains from the AI. And does it require some trading knowledge? Yes. But, you know, I would not allow something like that to happen without taking some off. I would not, because in theory, this could keep moving down, 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 down until you get to your actual entry. And that's, you know, hopefully nobody would trade like that. Don't know what the Momo Pro Scanner is, Elliot. So you're in a trade ideas room, so I don't know what the Momo Pro Scanner is. We have momentum scanners, so I don't know how much different what you're talking about and what what you can put together in trade ideas would be. I mean, this is an example of a momentum scanner, as an, you know. So what it's looking for. This is the key, you know, the volume the last minute, at least 1,000% of normal, last 5 minutes, 400% of normal. This is what's giving the momentum, you know, with other filters in place, but this is what's giving the momentum. See, we haven't had one since 1244. But these are all customizable. You can create your own with your own filter values. And of course, if you wanted to see momentum down, you would just flip this one. You would just sort of flip it. So anything that can be flipped would be flipped. Probably, I'll just show you what I mean. So if I wanted to see stocks moving down, so instead of what I could do is just recreate an alert window from scratch, but there's an easier way. If I duplicate the window, and then what will happen is I'm going to use something that we call flip. See right there, flip. But so this is what's going to happen. If I click on the summary, things that can be flipped will be flipped. Obviously, a new high can be flipped to a new low. All of these cannot be flipped. I mean, price is price. You can't flip a price. But where the stock was up 2% from the previous close can be flipped it down 2% from the previous close. So it's just a time saver. So if I flip, see what could be flipped will be flipped. And you just give it another name, momentum down, and that's it. Now you can see, like, there's the GANX as an example. Yeah, so Beowulf. So yeah, those are symbol lists that are updated. My watch list gets updated every day. I can speak to that one. I didn't know we still had Buzz here. No, I guess we do. So that is supposed to get updated. Yes, they all do get the Wall Street WSB. It gets updated. It's supposed to be anyway. I don't use these, so but I'm pretty sure somebody is looking after updating them. There are no filters. No. So if you look at the Buzz, this was sort of looked like an interesting thing a while ago. I don't know if there are any filters in here. No, if you right click on any alert window or any top list window and click on configure, what you see is what you get. So there's nothing hidden. Okay, there's nothing hidden that we're doing. The only thing hidden, I suppose, is not being able to see. So this is the Buzz. So you won't be able to see the symbols that are in the Buzz list, but hopefully somebody is updating them. Okay, guys, no new alerts coming in. Just still waiting to see if ABVC has another big move down. I think RBAC is another one of the SPACs. Yeah, so we're getting a lot of SPACs in my option scanner. Not loving them. I mean, some of them work very well. A lot of them just pop up and right back down. So. I don't think I've seen NEG today. I've got this one on watch, I kind of was thinking maybe this one. Oops, not the right symbol. XPOF. Mentioned this one earlier on in the day. Thinking if it could take this out right up here around that 24.50 mark, it might have a bit of a run. At that point, it was an all-time high, or up here is an all-time high, so it was getting close. Had earnings on the 11th. Good reaction, steadily moving up. Maybe this is just a pause day, I don't know. I have an alert set up here, I believe. If not, I will reset it. And you can see there's a blue line here. I think I was showing, I think it was last week. I guess I kept it in here. This is an example of how you can take a trade on a pullback to a certain price. So that blue line at 22.50. So if it hit 22.50, it'll take the trade. You can see the order is in here. Again, this is in the simulator. 300 shares at 22.50. It's in the simulator. That's how you can practice pullback trades. Could have done the reverse, if I said, you know what, I'd love to see if it takes this out up here, put a buy up in this area above the current price. You can easily do that also. Whoa, PLX, yes, look at that volume that came in. As Zach is saying, and not him. Here we go, there's Mr. Zachs.com. Not our Zach, but issues an $11 valuation. Pretty promotional. $1.25 stock. I'm sure they go into a lot more detail about why they're coming up with this, but that is, almost 11 times. Let's take a look at Frey that Kim is talking about. So you're long. What time frame are you talking, Kim? For that 8 EMA, 5 minute? Okay, well let's hope it holds for you. There's a 3-bar pullback. Let's see if that holds for you. So if you're on that one, so you have approximately your stop is a little over $12. Looks like you could have got in around 12.30 or so. Okay, so getting out at 12.10 if it goes down to 12.10. Okay. Well, I'm pulling for you. All right, thou shalt not exit a trade out of boredom. So that's why I'm still in the ABVC. There's no reason to completely exit. I did take some out or covered some at 360, but there's no real reason for me to get out just because it's doing nothing. Not when I'm in at 394 on the short. You never know. This could just be resting here and then we could get a further plunge down. Well, there's your $10 drop in RIVN, guys. Approximately a $10 drop. It almost hit dollar 50, 150, and now it's sitting at 141. It hit 140. In fact, it did hit 150, 150.39. Of course, this was an IPO from last week. This is its fourth day of trading. It's done extremely well. All right, guys. Well, it's getting, for me, it's getting a little bit boring. Great time to ask questions. If you have any questions, I'll be shutting the room down at 3 on. I will not be staying late. I've got an appointment, so I will not be staying late. So between now, there's about 40 minutes before I shut down the room. Good time to ask questions if you have any. See what these things are looking for. I guess that three strike, 3 line strike short, 3 line strike long. I guess these are kind of Forex terms. I don't trade Forex at all, but well, Becca, you trade Forex, right? Is this a term that you're familiar with? The 3 line strike? Oh, I see. Okay. You see, this is from Forex OP. Here it is. I can, Pamela, for you wanting a more detailed, if you're still in the room, that's a more detailed explanation. Okay, so the best way to make an alert for stocks over the 20 SMA. Okay, so you're talking about, you're, okay, first of all, let's do a search and let's type in SMA to start off with, okay? So are you talking about stocks that are above or below the 20-day SMA? On a 2-minute chart, yeah. So we don't have, we don't have something like that. We have crosses on periods here, but not when the SMA crosses. But we don't have a cross of the 20 SMA on the 2-minute. Well, let me make sure. Okay, I guess okay. In theory, we do. No, wait a minute. You're talking about a price. Yeah. So we have the 20 SMA crossing above the 200 SMA on the 2-minute chart. But if you're talking about crossing a price, we don't have that. If you're ever wondering what we have, say for SMAs, just in general, you just have to click, right click on an alert window. But in anything, if you take an alert window and you right click on it, configure, and then click on search, and I put in SMA, so that's what we have. This is everything we have for SMAs, okay? If you wondered about RSI, this is everything we have for RSI as an example. Bollinger Bands, everything we have for Bollinger Bands. So you can see what we have just by, again, right-clicking on an alert window, configure, and then search. And just type it in. And if you type something in and you get no results, it means we don't have it. Meanwhile, back at the boring ABVC, which is not turning into a boring trade at all now, guys. Look at that little move down. This is turning into just a great trade. Look at all the basing right here in the 5-minute. No reason to get out of the trade if you were short, especially from up here. No reason. We had a big giant green candle that would have knocked you out of the trade. And now look at it. I was kidding, saying maybe it'll get right back down here, but it's only 15 cents above the close. So that was much ado about nothing. So you'll hear us talk every now and then about risk reward or R's and all. So just simple math here. Short 394, stop 6 cents away at 4. At 345, that's about an 8 risk reward. Risking 6 cents. To make 48 cents. Okay, just give me a moment, please. I'm going to try to help one of our guys out. Depends on the scan I'm using, Flam. This one is pretty high now. I upped it from 6 to 8, I think. Yeah, it's 8 right here. The option scanner is at 3. The reason being is because I've got some other tough filters in there. Okay, like with the minimum option volume, and then the percentage that is over the average. But this one is 8, as an example. You know what? It all depends. I mean, it depends on what if you don't want very many alerts, put it high. If you're getting too many alerts, up it. If you're not getting enough, reduce it. There's no, I mean, I would probably start with nothing less than 3 though, just to start off. It's trial and error. There's no hard and fast rule about what our relative volume you should use, okay? It all depends on the type of alert. For instance, I mean, I think I up this because if I don't want to get a lot of alerts, then I'm going to try to set up a very high relative volume. So in this one, my momentum I've got at 10. Okay, that's because I don't want to get a lot of alerts. All of a sudden, I looked at that window, this momentum window, and I was getting like one a day or 2 a day. Then I might have to relax it a little bit. But if I want to really find the ones that are normal, I probably wouldn't have anything less than 3. After that, it's just trial and error. You have to see what sort of, how many you're getting. If you're getting too many, up it or up another one. Maybe your minimum volume is too low, things like that. But there's no there's no hard and fast rule. You should use this. This one is only 1, as an example. And that's because it's looking at my watch list. I think it's only 1. Yeah, it's only 1. Different, but it's a different type of an alert window. And of course, the relative volume changes all day long because it's time dependent. Okay, so you'll see usually a stock that really is moving fast in the first 5 minutes. You could see a crazy relative volume number because what it's doing is it's comparing the volume that normally happens over the last, I'm going to say, now it's not quite this, but say over the last 10 days. So if a stock doesn't, has only traded a few shares at the open, all of a sudden on a day like, laser today is exploding on the open, you could see an incredibly high relative volume. So, but as the volume, starts to dwindle, your relative volume will dwindle too, if that makes sense, because it's always matching it against lasers. Maybe not the greatest example because the volume hasn't been bad all day, but sometimes you'll see some stock that just explodes, and then all of a sudden the volume just dries up, for the rest of the day. So you might have a super high relative volume at the very beginning of the day, and then you'll just see it starting to decrease because it's time dependent. It's saying, what is the average volume at this point of the day? So buy low trade. So the question was, what time does Trade Ideas scan start populating? So the charts start at 7 o'clock, but you'll get data at 6:45, and this is all Eastern time. Okay? So your top list, if you have an alert window that is looking for pre-market highs or lows, things like that, you will start getting alerts at 6:45, but the charts will not start populating until 7. I usually just say 7 to 7, okay, Eastern time. Makes it easier. Yeah, it's approximately 10 days, okay? But there is more to it than that. There's an algorithm that kicks in, so there is more to it than that. But the simplest way is say take the average of the last 10 days, and what has it done? And say by 10 o'clock, the average of the last 10 days. Let's just say the average is 500,000 shares, and today it's trading 2 million shares. So that would be relative volume of 4. All right, guys. Well, we're getting a little bit closer. Maybe another 20 minutes to go. Just talk a little bit about my homepage. As I keep an eye on that ABCV. Okay, so I put my homepage link in. I always say save my link. Why? Well, there's a lot in these two sections right here, the education section, and if you have Trade Ideas now, my scan section. These are the three free sections though. Trade of the week, it's sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon, and of course all the education is here, okay, that we have. Now, the big user guide now, very comprehensive. If you're wondering if we have something, you can always go to the user guide and full table of contents, and you can just do a search. Whoops. No, why did that happen? That's not what normally happens. Normally you get the full Make sure I'm not doing something wrong. These are all the sections. Oh, I mean, it's right here, guys. I'm sorry. It's right here, okay? And then you can do a search. I'm sorry. Okay, so you can do a search to see, what does pin mean? What is a custom channel? Save or share to cloud? It's all here, very comprehensive. A lot of them will have little videos attached. And then the introductory lessons. And all the way down here, though, if you're new to trading, the back to basics. If you're new to trading, the great little series. And the daily webinars. This week, we're on the Tuesday, Thursday rotation. Next week, it's Monday, Wednesday. But you can sign up for them all right here. And then this is my scan section. So all the scans I'm sharing, sample layout, scans that I'm sharing. So that's why I'm saying these two sections, lots and lots of information. If you save my link, then you can look at them anytime you want. No, it's just the one room. Well, I mean, we have there is no Trade Ideas room for Trade Ideas members, no. Obviously, I mean, because this is a free room, we do use it for, to promote the idea of Trade Ideas. I try not to get too overbearing with it. But certainly, though, I mean, and people can ask me questions about the program. Usually that happens in the first, I would say, hour. More so than later on in the day. But, of course, accept questions all day long. We'll share the wealth there, AG. All right, guys, I'm just getting no new alerts coming in. Where am I? I'm in Vancouver, Canada. The driest place on earth. Ha. Yeah, no, it's startling how much rain we've had in the last 3 or 4 days. All right, let's take a look at DAKT. What are you doing? DAKT? Ah, boy, what an interesting one. Look what could happen tomorrow, okay? I mean, it's up 2%. That's not the big deal, but it got slammed down. Its earnings are coming up in December. For whatever reason, it got slammed down from 6 all the way down. Well, not all the way down. It looks worse than it is, I guess. slam down here, but you can kind of see that if it can take out 528, probably won't happen today. Well, it could happen today, I guess. But look at where it could start filling in. So you just send an alert if it happens, great. But something happened here. It might have been a financing or something. When was this? It's interesting because this looks like it was set to join the small cap S&P small cap 600. Usually that's good news. I'll be cheering it on, Zach, if you can hear me still. Oh, it was removed. Okay, I read that wrong. Sorry. I read that wrong. I thought it was added to the... Well, that'll do it. Ah, you know what? Okay, my problem was I read this and it said Orion read to join, and it must have gone on to say something has been kicked out. There we go. Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought I should have read this. Obviously, this is Daktronics. I was thinking this was Orion right here, and then there it is. Daktronics is no longer representative of the small cap market space. Ouch. So that's what happened to it. Okay. Thank you, X. Goods. We got 14 minutes with you. DBRG. I know it's on my option scanner. Well, it's almost an all-time high. So on the, I don't see a big gap. What I see is 830. I mean 830, and then I see 854. So those are kind of close. But obviously, if it gets through at 854, I don't know if this is an all-time high or a symbol name change. It's hard for me to tell. Hard to believe this was an IPO. Listen, maybe it was an IPO here. Well, we only have it, starting here as DBRG, okay? So that's what I'm saying. It might have been a symbol name change based on our charts. I'd have to check, you'd have to check 6 months ago, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months ago to see if that happened. Boy, look at this ABVC. That's just a turned into an absolutely beautiful trade. Not because I'm doing well on it. I'm doing well on it, yes, but more because of look what it looks like. This is what you want to be in. You see a move down, even on a 2-minute chart, okay, which a 2-minute chart can be have a lot more fluctuations. But up in this area where I shorted it, then it sat here at 380 for just a bit, moved down, sat here at 363 just a bit, moved down, moved down, moved down. No big green candle to knock you out of the trade. Okay? That I mean, that's look at it on a 5 minute chart. No big green candle to kind of whip you out of the trade. That's what you live for. And now, guys, everything is negative. Well, SPY. I mean, SPY is basically flat, but Dow is down just a little. Nas is down just a little. Yeah, I mean, this is almost, excuse me, this is 14% from a lifetime high for TRT. So I guess the lifetime high is up here, 847. Okay, there's the trick, guys. The TRT just made a new high. As Zach was talking about it, it just made a new high right here for the day. Is there any news on this one? November 18th pre-market, so it doesn't look like. Yeah, so this looks like it released. Yeah, this is an earnings play. Unfortunately, our provider has November 18th, but I guess obviously it released today. Never goods. I have never had IB freeze on me in almost 5 years. Never. Dova, I don't know, Dova. You seem to have that question many times. It must be your computer configuration or something. No, I can say that that's why, I mean, I love IB. It has been the most reliable brokerage platform that I've ever had. I've had, this is the third, had a couple out of Canada, Questrade and Disnat. Yeah, they're okay, but they would freeze on me every now and then. And I have not had IB freeze on me. Okay, guys, I'll be shutting the room down at 3 o'clock. Okay, I won't be saying any later than that. I do have to get going somewhere. It will be interesting to see what these guys do. Lighter, why do I keep putting that? Lucid is what I wanted. LCID. What Lucid does, they have earnings after hours. Be interesting what they're going to report. And I would never take the trade before and try to anticipate that it's going to be great news or. Now, that's just me. That's not advice. That's just what I do or don't do. Zkin. Let's take a look at Zkin. The last 4 minutes or so. Yeah, a little bit of a pop here. Volume coming in. The beta of their 2 flagship trading platforms, okay? Out of China. I should print this out. Very rarely. And again, this is in the simulator, but literally maxed out, got out of the trade right at the very top. That's why that max P&L and today's profit are identical. And then it fell from there, 45 cents under. Now it chopped around a bit, but now let's see how much of a pop that is. Tesla. Yeah, you're right. That's a pretty big move. Some big, still down for the day, $22, which is only 2%. All right, guys, getting set to wrap it up. Any last minute questions? All right, I don't see any. So, okay, guys, thanks a lot for all the help today. I will open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Give me a second as I get my script in here. Okay, I'll open the room tomorrow, 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.